Hi guys, so we are here for day 2 of the RevoSlot Championships. I'm on my own up here in the booth today, so unfortunately there'll be times where there'll be no commentating while I'll be down there on the floor. But we'll start live streaming now anyway, so we're just finishing Scrutineering and we will just get that organised and then we will be into qualifying. So I'm going to leave the booth now, get down and start getting everyone organised for the actual racing. Alright, thanks guys.
Okay guys, we've got 31 cars in Scrutineering and I've only got 30 on the list. So, if anyone hasn't put the name on the list, they are not in the system. So, is there anyone that did not write the name on the list this morning? Alright guys, so we have 31 racing. Please check your names on the list in case I have stuffed anything up. But just check your names are all on the list. I'm going to randomise that order. So that is not the order we're going to be racing qualifying in yet, but just check your names for me please. Once we start the race it is difficult to change it all, so please check your names.
What's it? If it's necessary. I was working this that hard over all that period of time. The motor transferred heat to
Okay guys, we are nearly there. I just need a IP address I'm going to nick from this system so I can bring up the heat list for everyone there, and the IP address is there.
Alright guys, let's get everyone together for a race brief and then we can get into the racing. Alright guys, we get everyone together please. So basically the same format as yesterday. So we're going to start off with qualifying first, which is 1 minute, and it's going to be in yellow lane. I'm going to randomise that order in a second for the racing, for the qualifying. So we'll start off with qualifying. So we'll start off with the qualifying at 1 minute, and then we'll go into the main race. So the main race is 5-minute heats. And that will be set through as we did yesterday with qualifying, so it'll go group by group. Then we'll go through to the semis. We've slightly changed the format of the semis, where we bit of an odd one yesterday where you went to orange and then came off. So that should be a bit more like the same format as what the main race is for the semis. So the top 12 people will get through to the semis. After that, that's a 2-minute heat, and then into the finals, and the same as yesterday, which is 5 minutes. Take us into to the end of the racing. So same as yesterday, please with the marshals, make sure the marshals in spot. I did see a few occasions there on the camera where we did struggle for marshals. We shouldn't be doing that with 30 odd people in the room. But make sure the marshals points are covered at the start of that race. So whatever, if you race in blue, you should really marshal in blue. On this track, we don't. This is a blue section here. We don't actually need a marshal in blue anymore. Since we took the humps out of the track, the cars don't tend to come off as much. Just going to sit probably somewhere either around here or in that area there. Two main areas of cars coming off. This section here and the section around there. So that's where we need. We'll have a button as a call button for the track, so we're not going to have someone sitting around here with that call button. So a call button again for when there's more than the 3 cars or more come off all at once. Anything like down the straight will be a call button, and obviously under the bridge it's down the straight anyway. So other than that, we'll try and keep the race going as quick as we can and keep it moving. Once we get the guys on, we'll start the qualifying. First person up for qualifying, we're going to let them do half a dozen laps or so to make sure that lane is good, and we'll do the same when we get to the start of the race. We'll get the guys to run the cars around for a bit, clean the tyres, cars around, clean the tyres. Same as we did yesterday, make sure that track condition is good so we all get the same, basically, chance on there. Have I missed anything? Also, track calls for runners. If your car is on another person's lane, shout runner or track or whichever. We'll bet it's to shout runner so we know someone's on the wrong lane. It's actually better if you call the colour as well, because if you say run on red, then the person on red knows there's another car on there. It might help stop your car getting smashed up. I'm just going to clear this out and run them out again. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. So we are going to be, Nick will be first and then we're working up from the bottom of the list, so Steve will be up, Steve's seat up next, and then working up from the bottom the same as we did yesterday. So please be prepared with your controls ready as we go on. Okay. Also on the other screen on the flat track, I have got the heat list up. So that might help you today, so you can check the heat list. If Apple won't be around, if they're trying to live stream, so if someone wants to just scroll down on that every now and again on that heat list, that people can see on this other screen, that'd be good. Just a reminder as well, the red line is your standing point, so please keep your toes behind that red line. Okay. Lane stickers, get some more stickers. Yeah. Good point there with Kane. If you need to take your car off the track to clean tyres, you do not ever walk in front of your stations here because you'll block everyone's view. So I would suggest the 3 guys that are here, there's some yellow tape on the end of this corner, stop your car there, grab your cars, and this corner basically where the tape is there. So that's where I'd be stopping to take your car off if you want to do any work or anything on them. Any repairs again, same as yesterday, all under green. Alright, anyone think of anything else on this? No? Alright, let me get you some lane stickers and we'll get into it.
Boys, I know some of you have got line stickers. I'm going to leave some here. At the Scrutineering bench. Pick them up on the class.
Okay guys, I don't know how much that you can hear from down there, but yeah, so they've we're now just getting into the qualifying. So We got Nick up there first. So 6.979, nice start. Straight into the sixes in qualifying.
Next up, CC. Followed by Wayne and Chris.
Yeah, right, so just going to change that to that other screen so you can see that one. So the screen you can see is not the list of qualifying order of people going up there. Oh, I've got alarms going off on the phone. What's last night's race results? We didn't race last night. Alright. So we've got Steve there,
10-2-0.
easing his way into it. Nope. Unlucky. And again.
10-5-1-7.
And Steve, got this one down. Your first one.
8-1-6-9.
There we go, that's better. Starting to get into it now.
8-2-5-7. 8-0-7-0.
Okay, Steve there with an 8-0-7-0. I think that from,
Andrew B.
I think that's Wayne up next, is it? Looks like Wayne. It's quite a distance from here to that track, to be honest. Alright,
6-9-8-7.
oof, good start there. And Wayne taking second position. So I'm just going to try and
6-9-6-9.
bring the YouTube up.
6-8-9-9.
Okay.
Wayne's done with 6-8-2-9. That's right.
Oh, so nice. Wayne taking the pole position there on the qualifying at the moment with a 6.829. Good times. So, morning John, morning Derek. See you there on the live feed. So I'm on my own up here in the box today, so bear with me. I'll be in and out a little bit. So next up, I think looks like Chris, if I'm not mistaken, from here.
Seven one five four.
7 ones.
7-1-4-2.
It's going to be some quick racing today.
7-1-9-3.
See, the times have changed over the years from what the times are doing 3 years ago when we first started this event. Where, you know, if anyone got into the 7-0s, it was pretty good, and now everyone's sort of getting right down low on those 7s and into the 6s. And that's people's experience with setting these cars up is getting better.
7-1-4-1, same truck.
Pretty consistent times there from Chris.
7-3-2-8. 7-4-8-5. Bus time 7-1-4-1. Well done.
So Chris there taking third position in the qualifying. So 31 racers in the racing today. So it's going to be a bit more than yesterday. So it's going to be a pretty long race, long day.
And then Peter W.
So thanks, Graham. Yeah, we keep building, we keep adding things here. So this new control tower, as you wrote, is yeah, it's definitely an advantage to be up here and not be disturbed while you're trying to do the live feeding. So who have we got up here now?
8155.
So Andrew.
30 seconds left, mate.
So Mr. Boyd here, that's on, Andrew Boyd here from all the way from WA.
8074. 8007. 8298.
Okay, so an 8.070 for, oh no, sorry, 8.007 for Andrew there. So I talked to the guys from WA last night at the end of the day. They seemed pretty happy with the way the day had gone. So let's hope everyone's the same at the end of the day again today.
.7092. 7189.
Yeah, John, feel free to email through any suggestions of things we can make better. We're always trying to improve,
7021.
and I think people will see that from each event. Which, you know, as we go forward, we're always trying to just a little
7086.
bit here and a little bit there, and trying to improve.
6945. I'll get one more in.
So that's Nick up there at the moment.
7069. So best time 6945.
6945 for Nick. So good racing there, taking him into second position in qualifying. So let me just see if I can scroll that down a little bit.
Scott W up next. Followed by CV.
Okay.
Straight into 6847.
Good times. This is going to be some fast racing today. So Peter did really well yesterday. And I dare say we're going to see some good results from him again today.
And 6975.
So I've got Kane assisting me
6924.
on the microphone this morning. So he's reading out the times to the racers.
6860. 6876. So your best time of 6847.
6847 for Peter, taking him into second position in qualifying.
Second. Next up, Steve E, followed by Steve L.
Just laughing at a comment there from John. Yeah, the number of times when we do things on our phone and whatever, and we hit the wrong keys when we're typing something, it's
7567.
and then you get auto spell check, it finishes up a completely different sentence. Okay, so who have we got up there now?
502.
There's Scott there, up there.
Seven five four four. 7407. 7632. So best time of 7407. Well done.
And Scott, putting Scott in 6th position. So 31 races, great turnout. Yeah, I'm quite proud that we've got this many people supporting it, so thank you to all of them. Who have we got up here now? Stevie?
Troy W's up next after Steve L. Followed by Saul.
Alright, so Steve.
So you end up with a 7983.
7983 in 7th position.
Oh, okay. What's on?
Alright. It'll take us a little bit to get through these today. As I said, 31 races. So I think we had 26 yesterday. So a few extra ones today.
Seven two six seven.
So we've got Steve there. 7246.
Seven seven four nine. 7439. 7452. Best time of 7246.
7246. Respectable time there, Steve, putting him in the 6th position. Alright, let's see what we've got up next. Yep, got enough there on the corner. Let's see what we get with this one.
8954.
954.
8577.
Try there, trying to get his head around the track.
8517.
8517, try.
Detroit with an 8517.
Just going to scroll down a little bit, guys. I unfortunately can't get the whole list on the screen.
Up now, followed by Lee.
So,
Then Anthony R.
Sol normally does some pretty quick times, so he's definitely going to be one to watch. Every year he's done really well in this. And did very well yesterday as well. I think came fourth in the end. And it could have been anyone's. Third and fourth was just swapping back and forward to the final second in the finals yesterday.
7049.
7 zeros, so straight up there into the fifth.
6896.
6896, so then we're heading into the
So
third.
far.
Let's scroll that up a bit.
7874.
7874, 6874, I think we meant Kane.
7019.
Is it me or is Kane saying 726?
7921.
69?
7874.
6?
7819. Puts him into pole. 6819. Sorry. Well done, Sol. 6819.
Good thing. Kane getting a bit wrong with the times, they're saying 7s. Poor Sol must have thinking shit longer faster than that. So Sol taking pole position there on qualifying out to kind of clarify 6.819. A few people there trying to get Kane's attention. Yeah. Let's go again. Who we got now? No good start. So we've got Lee. Lee's very new to racing, and good on him for jumping in here and taking part. So straight in there, 7-8, which is respectful. Yesterday was the first race Lee has attended, and that's including club racing, anything. So good on him just getting in here, throwing himself in right at the deep end into a Revo Championship. And just bear that in mind, guys, that sometimes think, oh, you know, I shouldn't be in here with them big boys. Anyone can come into these competitions.
You end up with a best of 7648.
7648. 9th position in qualifying. Well done, Lee. Yeah, right, who we got up next? Anthony R, by the look of it. So Anthony R, also known as Storky. So he's the guy that is producing the Storky products with the devices there for running in motors and bits and pieces. Little braid cutters, quite a nifty little device. So they'll all be on site in August. So keep an eye out for them. Slot Car Hub and a couple of other places have done some nice reviews on there for him.
9475.
So Anthony R, the 9475.
Dropping that quickly to
There we go. That's what I like it. 7174.
Dropping that again to 7095.
7095 there for Anthony R, taking him into 6th position in the qualifying. Got enough for another lap. What's he going to do on this last lap? Yep.
Again, 7033.
And here we go. No, we did. Well done, Anthony.
Gary B up from Double A.
So here we go, another one of the WA boys. 7,999. Jumping up 7,700.
7769.
7,738 for Gary.
Best time at the moment, 7738.
Unfortunately, come off on that corner.
Good luck to get this one in. Let's see what you can do. So 7738 for Gary Reed.
Okay, putting Gary in 11th position there on the qualifying. Alright, so we're almost at halfway mark on the qualifying.
Anthony beat out the pancakes.
So we have swapped the microphone over there, and Kane is up on the track.
Beautiful smooth car. Straight under, 7 seconds, so 6930.
Unfortunately, John, from here where I am, I cannot actually see the cars of which ones they are. I can try and get the guys doing the announcement to see if they can announce the car as well. Let's have a look what we got here with Kane. So Kane on a 6.9. So Kane is actually using a Lister Storm, I do know that one. So 6877 for Kane, taking him into 4th.
Anthony will be up next, the local.
So we'll just I'll try and make an announcement, but I'll do it after Anthony's run, so I don't disturb him just as he's getting warmed up. So I'll do it just as he comes off if I can, and see if I can get that guys to call the cars out.
Very steady, very quiet car.
Anthony's cars always are smooth. He knows how to set them up. So 6919 straight in at 5.
6943. Into the 8, so 6803.
Still in the 5th position. Ooh,
30 seconds left.
got enough for Anthony. He won't be happy with that. So he just finished setting all his car, he got it all ready, and we're standing just to give it a couple of laps on the track.
96. Very close one.
So that took Anthony into pole position there at 6.796. Hey guys, is there any way we can name what car it is on the track as you're doing it? A couple of guys are asking. So Anthony just shouted up then Supra, so he was just running a Supra there with a 6796.
Alright, so we've got a Ferrari F40 for Nick. Where's that coming up?
So
9763, the Ferrari F40.
Mick there in the track. I think I did hear an F40 then, someone said.
That's 7287.
There we go, jumping up there to 11th there with the 7287.
Alright, so we're bringing that down 75.
So I'll try and get some more information for you. I might do after the qualifying is have a quick shout out to the drivers. I might have a bit of a shout out to the drivers before we get into the main race and just jot down what car they're using and where they're from, what state. There's probably some pretty good information there. It's always nice to know where each of the guys is from for you guys watching. Yeah, right.
We've got Paul with a Porsche GT2.
There we go. Now we're getting some information for you guys. So Paul there with the 7.
Next up we've got Kevin F. 7820. 7617. 7630. 7574.
All there currently unlucky 13.
That's a 7718. It's Paul, best time of 7574.
Okay, 7574 from Paul.
Up now we've got Kevin with a Marcos.
There we go. Kevin Field from Sydney. Races down at the slot shop. So he's running a Marcos today, as Ken just announced. Let's see where he goes. A bad start. Not quite into it yet.
9777. 7821.
There we go. That's better, Kevin. 7821. Where are you, Kevin? There you are. 13.
30 seconds to go. 7296.
So qualifying gets everyone through in an order, so you're racing against someone of a similar speed to yourself.
7356.
Makes the racing more interesting to watch because all the cars, even if they're going slower, are all being very competitive against each other, so it's much more fun to watch. And also takes the pressure off you. If you're not a fast driver, you don't feel pressured by someone keep coming up behind you.
Up now we've got Graham with the Lister Storm.
Graham with the Lister Storm. Saw him doing some good times before with this Lister Storm in practice. So he's over from WA as well. I saw some pretty good times earlier.
Opening time of 7205.
So look, there he is.
7110.
So yeah, some good times there. He was in the 60s when I was watching earlier, so definitely expect him to get up there during the
30
race.
seconds left.
Looks like Derek's offline for a while.
059.
Thanks for tuning in, Derek. Ooh, bit of a crash here.
He's lost the wheel.
Oh. I don't know whether you guys heard that, but a wheel has come off.
Time frame 7059.
7.
Up next is Andrew Lee, followed by
There.
Greg S, and then Rick M.
So unfortunately that will have to go back into Parc Fermé, and when we go to start the race, he'll have to quickly get that wheel on. So looks like Andrew Elliott's up here from South Australia. Not Adelaide, South Australia. I got told clearly yesterday.
7499, Andrew's driving a Supra.
Running his Supra as well, which was the same as what Anthony V was running. So 7282.
7165.
Andrew helped us out a little bit yesterday. He didn't race in the Group 2, so he did help out a little bit yesterday.
7064.
So currently at position 10.
7112. 7309. 7303.
So 7064.
Up next we've got Greg.
So we're slowly getting through them here.
Rick M, and then Jason P.
So we are 22 out of 31.
Marcos.
They're up there, nice. So Greg, fairly new to racing, races up at Max's Family Fun Centre, I think over at Port Macquarie there. He's come down from Port Macquarie today.
For 802.
So
8402.
8402. Be back with you one sec, guys.
Instead of wheel come off. Yeah, no, screw loose. I told them.
7694. 7552.
As soon as the name comes up.
7462. Greg with the best time is 7462.
As soon as that his name comes up in C-suite, and the guys move off the track and the others are going to move on with his group, that's when he gets it on. So should hopefully have enough time to get it on before not miss any time on the track, hopefully. Thanks for that.
So, Scrutineering just confirming there with me is what I was saying earlier, with the unfortunate look of a wheel coming off there in qualifying. All repairs are done under green. Now, once the guys are basically told it's there, they're up on the track to race and their names come up and they go to the track. At that point, the guys are walking to the track, they're cleaning the tyres, they're doing any preps there, doing a couple of laps prior to the start line saying go. During that time, he can basically repair his car from, with a bit of luck, he can get that done and not lose any actual laps and track time. Yeah, so back to this. So who've we got up there at the moment? Losing track of where we're at the moment. Who's on there at the moment? 7053.
7121. 7059.
So
Best time of 7002.
So Rick there getting 8th position in qualifying.
Right up now we've got Jason P, followed by Dave C, and then Andrew K.
So Jason up, and Jason is a WA guy as well.
You just seen a wheel come off. We've got a screw coming out, right? Now if that happens while you're qualifying, the car's got to go back in the park crew, mate. But before you begin your first heat, right, so your name come up on the right hand side with your lane colour. As soon as you see your name come up, you can start to fix the car. right, so that you've got warm-up time before your heat starts. Fix the car. If anything goes wrong, you pull the point. You with me? Right, beauty. Thank you. Thanks for letting me use the microphone. I've got a song in mind.
Quick, take the mic off him. Right.
So you've got Jason with the Marcos.
Yeah, Jason running a Marcos from WA. Where are we going, Jason? So Jason there, not a good start there. He's got a 14 lap, came off unfortunately on that first lap. 860, struggling a little bit on the track here. Couple of offs.
Ten 970. It's an 8549.
So he might get one more lap in, not sure they've got a full lap now. So
So Jason with an
8549.
Next up is Dave C. Followed by Andrew K and then Wellesley.
So Dave got through to the finals yesterday. So Dave's from Melbourne. Or Victoria, I don't know if it's actually in Melbourne itself, he's in Victoria anyway. So the class we're running now is basically your GT2 Porsche, GT2 cars in the RevoSlot. So tomorrow will be your GT1s.
We've got Dave with the Marcos.
Some of the cars are a little bit hard to class because they did run in both classes, so we just had to split them as we thought correct. So Dave there, where are we going? Let me get to Dave. I can't scroll up at the moment. The system's not letting me scroll.
It's an 8835.
There we go. You can see, so Dave there with a 6.973. I think
7139.
sounds like someone's coming up to join me. So it's Anthony V.
6973.
So Dave there, 6973, putting him in 7th position.
Good morning.
I got Anthony V here with me as well. So he just joined us. Pretty good run.
Yeah, happy with that, of course. So,
Yeah, right up there.
Yep. Saul's not far behind, and Wayne's very close as well.
Eric's still got a run.
Eric's coming up a little bit later on, so
Yeah, he's going to be up there with you, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
A strong car in practice. So
Yeah.
all very good.
Andrew K with the Toyota Supra.
Okay, another Supra. So I think you running a Supra.
Super, Andrew Elliott's a super.
Yeah, I know it's down there. Yeah.
Yeah, yep.
So
It's a 7469.
7469. Where are we?
7593.
Can't find his times. Bit hard because you've got to scroll down on here. Where is he?
7538.
Yeah,
Yep, so Andrew there, he's a 19th at the moment.
7564. Seven 619.
So we're counting
Best
7-4.
time of 7469.
Yep, it's putting him into 19th position. So who's going to be your competition? Who are you worried about? Who are you worried about?
Alright, so we've got Wellesley.
There's a few
and
usual
Paul
suspects
G.
in there by the look of it. So
Yeah.
Saul's obviously in there, and
Followed by
we expect Eric,
Eric.
and would think Andrew has probably got a little bit more time.
Andrew,
now.
I think Andrew will. Andrew Elliott, who didn't race yesterday, but I can think he'll be up there with you guys again. I'm pretty much expecting very similar people to yesterday, to be honest. So we've got up here now, Wellesley.
Yeah, Wells has got a fan club down there. There's a couple of guys giving him a cheer before he just started there a little moments ago.
And he's good because he's so nervous.
7-0-2-3.
And yesterday he did well, got through to the semis yesterday.
7-0-8-1.
He drives well, he's very consistent, underrates himself a lot.
7-0-2-8.
So Wellesley races here locally with us on our club nights. About 12 to 18 months he's been racing with us now.
Yep.
So nice consistent times there.
Into the sixes with a 6-9-8-9.
There we go.
Yeah, happy to see that for Wells. He well deserves to be in the sixes.
Yep, jumping again,
6-9-5-3.
getting his rhythm. 6.953 for Wellesley, putting him in 7th position.
He'll be happy with that, so it gets him into the second.
Yeah.
So,
He weren't overly happy with his tyres. He weren't too happy. He said, "Oh, my tyre was a problem." I said, "If your tyre was a problem, you need to bring your tyre to me. If there's a fault on your tyre, we'll change it." I said, "But don't come with the fault on the tyre after you've caused the fault. It's going to be a manufacturing fault."
Yep.
So he said, "Oh, well, it's a manufacturing fault." I said, "Well, you want to change it?" He said, "Well, I think I've glued it now." I said, and he went, "No, I'll live with it. I'll live with it. 'Cause I've glued it on now."
Stick it, clean it up, and
Yeah.
put another one on. I know somebody else was in a similar bit of a question over a spot on a tyre. And it was only in the middle for a small section. There was plenty of tread on either side that was nice and round. So
Yeah, and it's, once they've started to grind the tyres, it's very hard to know, was that what caused it or was it a manufacturing fault? It's hard to see. So who have we got up now?
8-7-4-8.
missed it.
8748.
8-7 will be up there top, but
He's off on the back.
back up the top. If it's 8. Oh, sorry, 8-7.
Yes, trying to work out who we've got on the right, sorry.
So pull up best time of 8-7-4-8.
8748. 8748.
Paul, no, is it Paul G?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
Yes, it's Paul. So Paul's, well, very new to racing. We're talking weeks. He's just about joined us a few weeks ago, and he actually joined us with Flexes. So he's never, I don't think he's ever even owned a 132 until this morning. He actually walked in this morning and went, "You got room for one more, mate?" And I went, "Yeah, if you want to, Paul." He said, "Yeah." I said, "What about cars?" I said, "Just going to get one off the shelf now." So he basically walked in this morning, knocked on 132, grabbed the car off the shelf, I gave him the motor and the tyres. He got a bit of a hand explaining how to fit the motor and tyres. And he's on the track.
Good on him for having a go. That's great to see. So, and he'll learn a lot as the day goes on, I'm sure. So,
puts him straight in the pole.
as you said, he's had a little bit of practice.
You've just
with
been
the
knocked
friction.
out.
So have I? Okay, there we go.
We missed that, Eric.
Well done, Eric. That's right.
Eric.
Righto.
That's it. We missed that one. Not by much.
He only did 4
There's a
laps
bit in it,
too,
though.
so he's got right on to it.
He's just gone, yeah, that's enough.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah.
I don't need him on that. Just proving a point.
Yeah. So what have we got? The top 5. Well, the top 6 are separated by 110. Even the top.
I was watching Eric before and he's working on his car and he's got his tyres on. So in one hand he's touching the tyres and his tyre truer and he's adjusting that and he's doing this. In the other hand he's got his mobile phone and he's playing a game.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, he's multitasking.
Yeah. I think we've got Griffin up here now. So, yep.
Yep, so let's see what Griffin's got. Was that Marcos? Did Ken just say that? I missed it.
8-3-4-1.
Suspect he did. Coming to 25th.
7-8-0-7.
Griffin's another one that gets a little bit nervous
7-4-1.
in these bigger races. a bit more comfortable at our club time.
7757.
Turns up regularly. He's always keen on having to go on these big races. I'm saying. So
Yeah,
great
no,
to
he's
see.
been a great support of all these races.
7615. 7554.
Yep.
Well done, Griffin.
Probably about him time there. He's getting off there. So
Yeah, unfortunately. That's in 22. So is that it? Is that
I think
everyone?
that's it. Everybody's got a time there. So
All right. Well, we're going to. I'll head down
Righto.
and
see you
get
all.
organised for the next part of the race.
Get the run sheet right on where each person is from.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
What car they're running.
Yeah, that's very.
Alright guys, you've got the full hit list on this other screen here. If you need to look at it, someone can scroll it if they need it. Come.
I've just gone for a wee.
Alright guys, I am back and I'm back with supplies. I have my coffee and I have a plate full of wraps, so that's going to keep me going. Alright, so we are, let me get into a better screen than this as well. So yeah, a bit hard on my own today, running from one end to another. So let me change this. Let's see what we've got. So we're just getting towards the end of the first heat. So we've got Steve E, Paul Gage, Steve C, Troy, Andrew and Jason in that first one. So Steve E is a local guy. And Steve E is running a Marcos. Paul G, again, new to racing, running a Marcos. Steve C, guess I can find that one in time. Steve C also running a Marcos. So Steve C from Victoria. And then we had a Troy who is coming down from Port Macquarie. And then Troy is running, what's Troy running? Where is he? Can't find Troy on my list. There you Troy. Supra, so Troy was running a Supra. And Andrew B, let's see if we've got Andrew B on my list. I've got 30 odd names to look at, I can't find him. Andrew. So Andrew from WA running the Lister, okay. Alright, so we're going into the next heat. We've got Andrew K joining us here into this second heat. So Andrew K is from Victoria and he's running a Supra. We have got Greg S. So Greg is from, where's Greg from? You're looking on my list, sorry guys. We'll get better at this as we go on. Find out different ways of doing it. So Greg from Greg is running a Marcos as well. Griffin, local guy, also running a Marcos. So Gary, where's Gary from? Gary's from WA and is running a Viper. And then we've got Lee, who is a local guy. And Lee is running, where's Lee? Lee is running an F40. Alright, so that's who we've got in this heat. Alright, so straight in there with Paul taking the lead at first. Sorry guys, don't mind me eating. So I get some food in me when I can. Paul there with a 7391. So a little bit slower lap times than what we're all seeing on the qualifying. So Paul keeping that lead, 2.7 second gap between him and Andrew. So 3.5 minutes to go. Paul holding on nicely to that lead. Paul's kept that lead nice and tidy, getting a bit more of a gap between him and Andrew. Oh, runner there, so Marshall grabbed it off the track, which is nice, good marshalling. So Griffin there is now took into second place from Andrew. Andrew's just had another off, so he's dropped down, taking him down into fourth. Paul holding that lead nicely all the way through. So 1 minute 50 to go. Paul there on 28. It's a lap above Griffin. 7.17 second gap roundabout. So pretty much coming up behind Griffin there. Thank you again to my wife keeping me fed today. She made me a plate full of bacon and egg wraps. Yesterday she was so flat out when I went to get some food. She basically told me I had an hour to wait. So she'd done wraps today and given them me so that I don't go complaining I'm hungry apparently. Okay, so Paul took that heat out there. Pretty much a lap ahead of Griffin. It's nice consistent racing by Paul there. No errors in that one. Kept it nice and steady, kept his lead all the way. looking at the list to see what Paul was running. Yes, Paul was running the Porsche. That was Paul from the ACT was running the Porsche. So next up we've got Chris, who is a local racer here, races in all our racing, both flexes and 132 stuff. So Chris is always in there racing. So he's running an F40. We've got Andrew Elias, I believe he's running the Supra. Andrew over from South Australia. Kevin Field, local from the slot shop over in Sydney, so he's come over for the racing today. And Kevin is running a Marcos. And then we've got Scott. Scott is over from Tasmania, so he's come over for the racing from Tasmania. And Scott is running. Where's Scott on my list? Scott is running a Porsche. And then we've got Steve. Steve. Where's Steve? Which Steve? Where is he on my list? Sorry, I don't know all these guys. So Steve over from South Australia as well. I'm running a Marcos. And then Mick. And I think Mick, if I remember rightly, was WA. Yep, Mick was from WA, and he's running an F40 as well. So thank you to everyone that's tuning in. It's a fairly long day. We're just up into about to start heat 3. Looks like there's some issue there on the track while we've stopped it and paused for a reason. Not quite sure what's happening. I can't see properly from up here. Quite sure what the reason for that stoppage was. So the GT1 Porsche is in the Sunday class, John. The other Porsches are eligible. The 934 is not, GT2s only in this one. So we just got the GT2s today. GT1s will go into tomorrow's class. So Andrew there taking a nice lead. Best lap time there of 7:087. Kane on screen there being handed a burger. Like that might be number 3 today. Get him in trouble with his wife. He's gone off screen to hide the evidence. Kane, what was the delay on that one? They stopped the track.
2 people didn't have the right lane stickers on.
Just asking Kane there why that race got paused. 2 people had the wrong lane colour stickers on. Pretty basic, but anyway, maybe we'll put it down to nerves, shall we? But yeah, having the wrong colour lane stickers is not going to help anyone's racing. So they paused it and put it right, because not just the guys that got the wrong sticker on, but that's going to affect the guys that had the right sticker on when someone gets put in their lane. So I think it was a good call to pause that and get that put right. So Andrew out there in front there. Kevin following behind, right, 5-second gap. Just gonna try and see if I can change my view on the screen.
Once it started racing, save the race, go back to
Okay, so bear with me guys if it's affecting anything you're seeing. I'm just trying to see if I can actually get a slightly bigger screen to look at. It's quite difficult. And now I just made it 10 times worse. How do I get out of that? Okay. So the screen I'm working on is actually quite small. It's very hard to see the actual times of everybody. I'm just trying to see if I can change that in any way. But alright, so we've got Andrew out there in front anyway. Best lap time there of 6.9. So we're into the sixes. So that's improvement on what his qualifying times were. So I think he's definitely going to start to come through now. He's definitely one to watch for this race. He's always raced good each year. Okay. Right, so I don't seem to be able to make any changes on this. So I hope they've not stuffed anything up. And we're still good. Alright, so just getting to the end of that one. We've got Andrew there on 41, Steve following on 39, Kevin on 40, Mick on 39, and Chris on 35. So a bit of a lead there by Andrew, putting it at 42. So if we just have a look at that now on the results. So that's taking Andrew into the lead currently there with 42 laps. Still quite a few people yet to get on the tracks. That's only a few of the guys have had out there now. So we've had 18 guys out there out of the 31 at the moment. So Andrew holding the lead there of 42. Alright, so next we've got Dave, and Dave is from Melbourne. I think we've had these guys up before. So this is the second heat for these guys. Have a look at this. Just checking my list here, and yeah, Dave was running a Marcos, Wellesley was running a Marcos, Nick V, where's Nick Vesti? Nick Vesti's running a Marcos as well. And we've got Graham from WA running the Lister. And what's Rick running? Rick is running a Viper. We've got a bit of a mix on this one, and then Anthony, local guy, or Storky, is running a Porsche, I believe. So Porsche GT2s. there we go. What's going on? Why are we pausing these heats? Alright, so Nick taking an early lead there. No, and Rick's got him. Rick's through. So Rick there with a 7.093 best lap time. No, and Nick's took it back. So this is going to be a battle between the Rick and the Nick by the look of it. So both very similar times, 7.04 and 7.03. Anthony are also doing similar times at 7.012. Not a lot in these guys. Nick's got a little bit of a lead there, but not much. It's only 0.185 seconds above. So first, second and third, not a lot in it. Not a lot in it at all. It's quite a tight race. So only 4 seconds difference between first place and sixth place in this heat. So quite a tight race. Nice to see. Like Nick is just trying to hold on to that lead. Slightly quicker lap times there. Gone into the sixes now at a 6.975. Where is he? Yeah, so Nick is running the Marcos. Marcos always seems to be the pick of the bunch. There's always quite a mix in there, but there's, I think on a percentage basis, I think there's probably more Marcos on the track than anything else. And I've got to say it is my favourite car. So we've got a track call there for a car down, runner down on the straight. Starting to stretch out a little bit now, the 9-second gap between first and sixth position. Pretty best lap times there is pretty close, 6.9 to a 7.1 on the best lap times to each other. Oh no, sorry, 7.2 there with Graham. Alright, just over 2 minutes left of this heat. Yeah, it seems a bit of a change there at the beginning. Now, I don't know whether you guys can sort of see this graph at the bottom. Let me scroll down. You see the graph at the bottom, that's where Nick and Rick were sort of swapping at the beginning of the race to get that first and second position, and then they've sort of held that throughout the race, if you can see that on the graph. And then you can see the other guys there, again swapping and changing a little bit. Dave and Graham there doing a little bit of swapping also. Neck and neck, so Dave and Graham are running neck and neck. Wellesley and Anthony R. Wellesley just took from Anthony R there, so they're also neck and neck. So some pretty tight race, and it's good when you see the cars side by side. Nick there holding on to that lead with a 3.3 second gap between him and Rick. But, those two guys a little bit out in front of everybody else. Graham there closing in now on Dave. It's getting very close. They're basically neck and neck. And Graham taking. And close. So green and yellow is the ones I'm looking at there. Oh, yep, Graham's got him. So Graham's just took over from Dave. So Dave's now dropped down to... Oh, Dave's dropped down to 5th. Dave must have come off. Now, probably the pressure of Graham being on his tail. They were neck and neck. So, looks like pressure got to him and he's come off. Alright, so there we go, heat over. Nick there keeping that lead in first, followed by Rick, Graham, Wellesley, Dave and Anthony. So there we go. So where does that look on the leaderboard? So Nick there, so we're looking there, Nick is actually got the top position there over Andrew. So 42.7 against Andrew's 42.0. Rick close behind with a 41. So not a lot in it. Still nice tight racing. So that was heat 4. So we're going into heat 5 of 31 next. It's Anthony V. So I think this is Anthony V's first heat. So Anthony V was up there, I think, in second position. He had the podium, the pole position in qualifying for a while, and then was taken by Eric. But Anthony V, local racer here, knows the track well, and a very good racer. So he is running a Supra. So he's up against Nick. So Nick, checking the list quickly. Nick Cochran, who was from WA and is running a Marcos. We've got Sol from South Australia, and Sol was running, where is he? Sol's running a Marcos too as well, so we've got them on a Marcos. Kane, local guy, he's running a Lister Storm. Wayne Pepper again, local guy. And Wayne is running, where are you Wayne? Wayne is running the Marcos as well. And then we've got Peter. And Peter over from the Gold Coast running the Marcos as well. So I think they're all pretty much running Marcos, apart from Anthony's running the Supra and Kane running the Lister Storm. Quite right there, John. Side-by-side racing is good, but it nearly always ends in tears for one of them, sometimes both. Alright, let's see who gets down the first position. So Sol taking an early lead there. Not a lot in it. Look at them times, 7.462. 7.462 was Anthony and Sol, both exact same lap time. So Sol there taking a little bit of lead with quicker lap times at 6.98, and Anthony coming up with a 7.064. Kane following behind. So Sol there gaining half a second on Anthony, nothing much in it. So we've got Sol on red and Anthony on green. So Anthony's on the outside, Sol's in the centre. So Sol just slowly taking longer and longer leads there. He's getting better lap times than Anthony. So we've got a 0.7 second gap now between Sol and Anthony. Kane is coming up close, about the same there, probably about 0.5 of a gap between Anthony and Kane. But look at this, 10, 10, 10, 10. Everyone's on 10 laps there at that time, and we looked. So pretty tight racing. So Sol holding on to that lead. Just look at the graph below. I don't think you guys can see that. Let me scroll down to this graph again for you guys to see. And when you look at this graph down here now, you've got Sol's first position, kept it there. Anthony's second position, kept it there. Kane third position, kept it there. The other three guys there have done a little bit of changeover in positions, but good consistent racing there from Saul, Anthony and Kane. Saul keeping that gap. Best lap 6.863 from Saul, Anthony 6.983, 7.013 from Kane. I did hear someone shout track then, but I didn't actually see it stop, so Marshall must have got to it before it needed to stop it with the button. Nice clean racing in this heat. So 2 minutes to go. Scrolling up to see the time, so 2 minutes to go on there. Scroll it down. I like watching this graph. So now Saul with a 3-second lead on Anthony. Anthony and Kane pretty much neck and neck. So Anthony's on green with outside lane, Kane on a yellow. So Kane is actually on the better lane, really. So Anthony doing well to hold him off. Both experienced racers on this track. Kane is a flexi racer. Realistically, only time he runs the 132s is at the Revo Championships. And I know I'm loaning my cars to run. I won't set them up for him. He has to do his own setup of tyres and motor change, just the same as everybody else. But I do loan him my cars. So we've had a change of position. Anthony has lost his position to Kane. As I say, they were neck and neck. Oh, we could have just flicked back. We just flicked back. There's a track call. So who was off? I'm not quite sure. Who came off? Well, not on the results that have come through. Looks like it could have been Kane that came off with an 8.9. So yep, come off and lost his position to Anthony. You know, he fought all the way to get that, and now he's a couple of seconds back behind him. And yeah, dropped down to 4th now. So some issue there, causing Kane to lose some time. Saul holding on nicely to that lead. Almost 5-second gap now between him and Anthony, and when we're looking at 7-second lap times, that's almost a full lap ahead. So good racing there by Saul. 20 seconds to go. No, we're just finished. We're finished now. We're just on the countdown, so that's the end of that heat. So, alright. So next up we got Steve, Andrew, Troy, Steve, Paul and Jason. Okay, 50 seconds to start the next heat, heat 6 of 31. couple of guys in, just coming to spectate the race. Alright, off we go. Ooh, yellow flag right at the start of the race. First corner. Looks like someone must have took a few cars out there, like 2 or 3 cars off at the same time. Alright, let's see if we can get down. Really? What have we got? No, I'm not sure that should have been a yellow flag at all. Yeah, up and running there. Not sure whether that second track call should have been eligible. But anyway, we're into it now. Andrew there taking the lead. So Andrew there with a good lead there now, starting to pull away, 1.3 seconds away from Steve. 7, yes. Another flag call. A couple of cars off there. So this heat's a fair bit slower than the previous heat. Some of the less experienced guys on the track at the moment. Steve there now has got that lead and holding that lead from Andrew. So Andrew's dropped down into third. Andrew making his way back up there now into second position. Whilst I remember, put the link up on the Facebook page for any guys that want to link across to it. It looks like it's already up there anyway, so that's all good. Checking that is all running, which is good. So Steve E still keeping that lead over Andrew. We've got a nice lead there, Steve, now with a 6-second gap over Andrew, so it's almost a lap in front. The guys behind him, not a lot in between Andrew and Steve C. And Steve C took Andrew, so it's just as I was saying it. So there you go, it shows there weren't much in it. But they're still pretty much not far behind. Looks like Steve C is taking a little bit of lead over Andrew there. Now he's splitting it with a 2-second gap between them. But Steve E out in front there with a lap and a quarter over the top of the guy. So we had an off there. Looking like Andrew with the oh, it could have been Paul. watch these track calls. I'm trying to watch the track and see the track calls at the same time to see if they are required. We don't want to slow the racing down too much with too many track calls if they're not required. So Steve Egan, a good lead there now. A gap of 14 seconds, which is pretty much 2 laps on the rest of the guys. 10 seconds left of this one. So Stevie's got this heat. So there we go. Stevie with 38 laps against 36. So a couple of laps gained there. So a good run there by Stevie. So just looking on the leaderboard. So as you can see, a little bit out there because these guys at the top there have done an extra heat now than some of the others. So that will drop down a little bit, unfortunately, for those guys. You got your Nick, Saul, Andrew, not who are still basically doing 42 laps in a heat. Stevie's 76 laps and 2, so they're going to take that to about 84. So they're going to be starting to get a bit of a gap between them. These top guys definitely going to start pulling away from the pack. Alright, so we got Griffin in this one, local racer, Andrew, Paul, Greg, Lee and Gary. The marshals again. People unfortunately not following a simple instruction. Wherever you raced, you go marshal. It's not rocket science. If you've just put your controller down, you know you should be going marshalling. Just bear with me, guys. I'm just going to go to the counter.
Yeah, I was until that.
Okay guys, I am back with you. Sorry about that, a couple of things down there I needed to sort out. So you probably saw me near the track there. Basically One of the racers got took out by another racer, so no fault of his own, but it snapped his guide. So he's got a broken guide in his car through no fault of his own, someone hitting him. And with the rules, you have to do your repair under green. Didn't seem overly happy about it because it wasn't his fault, but that is motor racing, full stop, not just slot car racing. And it's an unfortunate accident and it's bad luck, and it's not nice, it never will feel nice, but you do have to do that repair under green. We can't hold the racing while you do a repair to your car, so not too happy from a racer's point of view, and I understand that, but we do have to stick to the rules. So car was taken with a scrutineer following him to do the work under green. So he has got his guide replaced and done ready, and he'll be ready for his next heat. But yeah, it's an unfortunate incident, and definitely not happy about it, but that's just the way it goes, unfortunately. Repairs must be done under green, and that's no different than the real motor racing. If someone slams into the side of you, that's the same kind of issue. It's going to slow you down or get you out of the race through no fault of your own. But anyway, back to this one. So we're at heat 8. We've got Andrew there with a good lead in front again, pulling some fast times there of 6.984. So Andrew there from South Australia, and he's running a Supra, so out in front there. Yeah, I think you're right, John. I think Fridays is a bit hard for some people to attend. You know, with work commitments and things like that, it's definitely a lot easier to attend on over the weekend, especially if you're local, I guess, and you don't need to take any time off work. A lot of these guys have had to take pretty much a full week off work to attend this event. These guys from WA, and a day travelling either end of it, and some practice time as well. So I think it's been a bit of a boys' holiday. I think they're having fun. So Andrew still holding that lead out in front. Chris pushing to try and catch him. So a 4-second gap between Andrew and Chris. So pretty much Andrew's held that lead all the way through. A few of the other guys there on the graph, you can see, have been swapping positions as we go. So 1 minute 20 seconds to go. Andrew from South Australia running the Supra out in front in this heat, followed by Chris, who's a local guy who races here at SLotz on a regular basis, and Chris is running the F40.
Thank you.
Okay, now just running through with the scrutineer of the incident that just happened with the broken guide. Okay, 10 seconds to go. Andrew keeping that lead there with a 6-second gap on Chris. So out in front, so some good times there from Andrew. The 6.984 is his best lap time. So that's taking Andrew currently up there on the leaderboard at 83.94 laps. Okay. Next up we have, let's have a look, 5 seconds till we get the changeover of names. There we go. We've got Nick, Dave, Rick, Wellesley, Anthony and Graham. So last time we had the battle of the Nick and the Rick, I think in the last heat when these two guys were in the same heat together. So we got there we go, Nick, where are we? So Nick from South Australia was running the Marcos, and Rick, where's Rick? Ah, that's right, and then we got Rick then from running the Viper. Rick from the Gold Coast, was it? Was the Gold Coast? No. Kind of read me on writing now. Okay. So it looks like if it's the same race anyway, it's going to be the Viper versus the Marcos with the Nick and Rick. It was a battle last time. Let's see if we get something similar this time. What have we got again going on? Start one. So Anthony are out there in front. Right, let's see how this develops. So Nick taking the lead from Anthony there with a 7.014. And where's Rick? Rick's in 5th position with a 7.1. Early into the heat, yeah. Looks like Rick might have had an off there. See if he can make his way back up the field. Yep. So Nick now holding that lead with Anthony R half second behind, starting to take a bit more lead, 0.7 of a second. So looks like Nick's just pulling away slightly. Slightly better lap times there of 6.9 was his best lap against the 7.0. And so Anthony R there looks like he's had an off and he's down there, dropped down into 4th. And Graham coming through into 2nd. Wellesley there in the 3rd position, holding some nice steady lap times. So here we go again, it's the Rick and Nick race. As predicted. Oh, he's up there now. No, well, Rick's dropped back down again. Oh. Seems to just push that a little bit hard sometimes and drops back down. Definitely got the speed. So Nick now holding that lead with a 2.5 second, nearly 3 second gap on Wellesley, but Wellesley now into 2nd position. Just slow and steady wins the race there of Wellesley keeping that pace, not making mistakes. Not the quickest car, but consistently not making mistakes. Anthony R there now taking that lead from Wellesley. Not a lot in it between those two guys. Nick there with just under a 3-second lead over Anthony R. Rick's got the he's got the speed with a 7.019 as a lap time. Got to find that consistency. So 2 minutes to go. Nick still holding on to that lead. 3.3 second gap between him and Anthony R. Wellesley keeping it steady there. Third position. Wells are there, got in front of Anthony. Andy made had an off there in purple, so Wells is taking advantage of that and getting into second position. Okay, just over a minute to go. Nick now coming out in front there. He's basically got a lap on everybody there with an 8-second gap to second place, so good running there by Nick. Anthony R starting to gain a little bit of time back on Wellesley. It's coming up on him. Wellesley in yellow, Anthony in purple. Not a lot in it with those two guys. Yeah, neck and neck. And Anthony R's got past. Taking back to that second position. Just got to hold it there. Wellesley slowed down on that last lap. Keeping it consistent, not risking coming off. Not a great deal in it between them two. Nick out in front though with a good 10-second lead on the rest of the pack. Just around about just over a second between Anthony and Wellesley. So well done Nick there with 41.8 laps. So that was Nick with the Marcos from South Australia taking that heat. So where does that lead us with the race results? So that's Nick up front. So we've still got a few of the guys not raced yet, you know. You got a couple of guys down here. Eric hasn't even got into the racing yet. So he's coming in very late in the day. And then you've also got the other guys there: Saul, Anthony, Peter, Kane, Wayne, and Nick C, who've only done the one heat. So poor Eric being at the 31, left behind a little bit there with the start, but it's all right. I'm sure he'll come pulling fast and furious through the pack, as he always does. So this will be an interesting race. You've got Saul, who's a quick racer, Eric, who's a quick racer. I can see those two I would be picking to be up there. So will it be the Saul and Eric race? 20 seconds to go, guys. So the start of heat 10. So almost a third through the main race of the day. It feels a little bit cooler up here today, so whether it's actually going to be affecting the track. Yep, we've got a Wellesley here telling me a bearing's falling out. I'm just going to go and see if he wants to have a chat about it offline.
That's what I was thinking when I was younger. They turn up on the road, big blower hanging out of the operation there.
Collar with a drug screw in it.
Somebody else allowed to think
Yes, you can. Drives over it. You don't mechanic. You know what to do
yeah. Now, what I mean,
as long as it's done with the right collar.
yeah, 100%. But then, what if you're in the race? No, we can look at the
No, I won't be the same race.
He won't be. He can
I shouldn't have. I'm happy to do it for you.
Yeah, no,
I've got it.
yeah, no.
Alright guys, back with you. So yeah, right, just a bit of an update there. I don't know whether you heard me say, I heard Wells just shout up to me that his bearings had fell out. So what had happened, these bearings on the front axle had fallen out, and the reason being his bearings were in the wrong side. So where he took his car apart at some point or other, he can't even remember when he last took them out, which was a while ago, he'd had the bearings in the wrong side. So instead of the wheels and the spacers holding the bearings into the axle mounts, well, they just fell out on the inside of it. So as a quick fix, because it's got to be done under green, he's going to actually try and just leave them in the side they're in and glue them in if we can. So that's what he's going to try and do, get a little bit of super glue and glue the bearings in, even though still staying on the wrong side of the axle mounts, rather than remove all the axle mounts, swap them over from left to right and reassemble the whole car. He's going to take a chance and try and glue them, which hopefully he's hoping will he won't lose as much time doing that change under green. So we've got Steve C there, just taking the lead there over Steve E. This is the Steve race for first and second. Troy there in third, Anthony in fourth, Paul purple in fifth, and Jason in red in sixth position. So these lap times a little bit slower than the other guys, but all good. So appreciate you guys that are watching. There's a fair few guys that have been watching and staying with the race throughout the day, and some yesterday as well. I'm not sure whether the guys over in Perth have got it on the screen today, but I believe the guys at Perth Racing Centre yesterday had it live streamed up in their slot car racing centre. So if you're over Perth way, really nice slot car centre opened up there at the beginning of the year. It was in Morley, so suburb of Morley over in WA. Nice slot car centre there, doing some great 132 racing, doing a lot of good racing there for juniors, bringing new people into the hobby, which is great. And it is something I struggle with in this little area, to get young people in. I think I'm classed as young in this area. It's like a retirement village. But anyway, this is where I chose to put the clock car centre, and this is where it is. But great to see young racers there over in Perth getting on board. So any of you guys with slot car centres with tracks, feel free to add on to my YouTube link there where you're situated. We always want to support all the slot car centres where we can. We've got to keep this hobby alive. There's nowhere near as many tracks as what there used to be quite a few years back. So let's keep your local tracks healthy and support them. So over here in New South Wales, we've got a track over there at Penrith, and then we've got the slot shop, which has just moved to a new venue. So a lot of work has gone on there with Eddie from the slot shop that's setting up this new venue. Is in the middle of that at the moment. New tracks being built, they're looking pretty good, looking like some real nice new track there going in. Not painted or anything the last picture I saw, so he's still on with that. But it's been a hard year for Eddie, looking for new premises. Not easy to find somewhere suitable for the size of the tracks that we have. So it's been a hard year for Eddie there, and now he's on the top side of it now. He's got the premises, started moving in, he's getting the tracks finished. So yeah, we need to once them are up there, get in there and continue to support and get some racing down there at the slot shop. Then sort of heading this way from there, as I say, I mentioned Penrith there. The guys there have got some circuit racing going, mainly flexes and stuff at the moment, I believe, down at the Penrith track. Also, if you're into slot cars and drag racing, definitely a place to call into. The guys down there love their drag racing and take it quite serious. Holding some major events there on the drag racing side, so that's down at Penrith. Heading down then this way, you've got Slotties over on the Central Coast, again doing a few good things with the kids down there. You've got myself here based in Lemon Tree Passage of Port Stephens, which is over near Nelson Bay, for those of you who don't know where that is. So we're in the Port Stephens near Nelson Bay area of New South Wales. So as you know, we hold quite a lot of events here, and we have club racing at least twice a week. Heading north from there, you get up to Max's Family Fun Centre in Port Macquarie, which is at a new venue. So it's not the same venue as at last year. He also had to unfortunately move and change venues, but he's got a nice spot there. So look up Max's Family Fun Centre, Port Macquarie, if you're in that area. Real nice tracks. I'd say the track there down at Port Macquarie is probably one of the favourite tracks I've driven on. So a great track there. Carrying on north from there, you've got Seagulls at Tweed Heads. Some great competitions there each year and throughout the year. Main concentration there in the flexi cars. So we've got the Gagan coming up there in September, I think it is. September? I can't know. I get mixed up with the dates. I've got it down somewhere, so I've got it penciled in to hopefully go again this year. Then over Harvey Bay way, you've got Ben's track there, which is a real nice track. There's some good racing going on there, and RPM also at Harvey Bay, so some good racing going on there. So a few tracks around, but please feel free to drop in and put on your venues of the addresses so guys know where you are.
Alright. Where's his car? split the pedal box.
Yeah, I know what he's done.
Yeah.
He's going to
So
try and.
we put the actual stops on the inside, and we have them.
Actual stop.
Yeah, you know the collets, the drop shirt, and it goes around the axle. Like the scale auto setup.
To do that,
So I said, it's not part of the
not really, no.
So they're going to
No.
have to unscrew the tool box.
No, he's got to super glue the bearings in, is what we said to him to do. That's what me and Anson just told him to do.
Right, well that's what he's going to have to do.
Yes, we can't add those
Yes.
things on now.
That's what I thought.
No, you're right. That can't be done. So he's got a choice. He's pull his pillar blocks out and spin them round, or try and glue his bearings in, which is what me and Anthony were just saying to him, and thought it might be the easiest to just get him through this race.
Right.
Well, that's his choice of how he does it.
Well, for some reason they come back and ask me from the actual stop.
No, he can't. Yeah, no, it's not a Revo car.
Right.
I'll tell you in a few years. That was just the Scrutineer just checking something out there, going back to Wellesley with his bearings and axle stops, asking can he put axle stoppers on there. We're not running axle stoppers, it's not a standard part, and it's not the way it should be done. So he's either going to pull his axle blocks off, spin them around and put them the correct way of where they should have been in the first place and correct his mistake, or glue them in and open the hole. So, alright, Wellesley, local race here, but sorry, you're not getting any special treatment. Simple as that, you'll get the same answer everyone will get. Alright, so where are we up to? I'm going to just have a quick look at where we're at with the race results at the moment. So, let's have a look where we're at with them. And I didn't actually see how Eric went in his previous race. He got 42, so he's right up there. Yeah, good score there, 42 in one heat for Eric. So, yeah. Alright, so Paul K leading this one. Good lap in front of everybody else on there. So just getting back to it, Paul K, where are you, Paul, on my list? It's got to be an easy way to look at him. So there he is, Paul from the ACT, and he's running a Porsche. So a lap in front there with Paul and his Porsche GT2. So Slot Car Centre just put a post up there that they are watching. So good on you, Luke. We've also got Paul there. I was going through the different slot car centres around the place there before Scrutineer came up. So I can't say for sure where we got to. I think we got to RPM and whatever over there at Harvey Bay. Heading over to Melbourne, you've got Outlaw Slot Cars. Again, some great racing going on there, some good events, so please support those guys. Also on that score, if you're into the drags, you've got Paul down there at Outlaw Slot Cars, really experienced in the drags, and from what I believe, not just the slot car ones, in real cars as well. So wealth of knowledge there when it comes to the drag cars, but some great racing going on down there. Again, if you feel like getting into slot car drag racing, yeah, and you're in the Melbourne area, drop into Outlaw Slots. But even for your 132s and the rest of the racing, there's some great racing going on down there, and a nice centre. I'm yet to call into that one. I've not been over Melbourne way since those guys opened up, but I would like to get out there at some point. So definitely some good tracks around. I do not know all of the tracks, There's quite a lot of private tracks that are owned by clubs and things as well that are not actual shop fronts, and there's some great racing going on there. WA, you've always got the Brunswick track as well. Those guys at Brunswick there have had some brilliant events. So yeah, slot cars is alive and thriving quite well still. It's not an easy business to hold, but definitely worth it when you see racing and events like this and the guys going away happy. So Paul K taking this one out. A good few laps on there, 39.6 ahead of the pack, next to it with 36.87. So a good race there by Paul in that heat. So, and still hear Wellesley discussing his bearings there. Yeah, look, it's a mistake, obviously in assembly at some point when he's took them out to square up and clean all his bearings, which I know he has done, and he's assembled them wrong. But the funny thing is, he could have been racing that in club nights for God knows how long, and they've held and not fell out. So it's always the way. It's in an event like this, if something's going to go wrong, it will. So it's unfortunate. But I'm sure he'll be getting some support from the other races as well. And Scrutineering trying to give some advice there to some of the newer guys. So Paul there from SLotz saying his mission to start visiting them all in 2026. Yeah, it'll probably happen, Paul. You'll probably come here and see me and visit my shop, and I'll be over there in Melbourne visiting your shop at the same time. We probably won't meet each other. But anyway. But yeah, no, you know you're welcome here anytime. Alright, so here we go. Countdown into heat 13. So while we're doing shout outs, you know, let's not forget the main guys, and that is RevoSlot BRM for allowing us to put on this race on their behalf here in Australia, and also to Andrew from Lehman Hobbies for the support as well. You know, Andrew's there and trying to support the hobby with different brands and different racing events throughout. So, you know, so your Revo, your NSR, your BRM, these events are all sponsored there by Lehman Hobbies. So credit to Andrew there to he's juggling a lot of eggs there at the same time with all the different brands that he's covering. But he's keeping those cars coming into Australia that we all need. So Andrew leading this heat, running a Supra. That's Andrew from South Australia, running the Supra in this one. The best lap time of 7.010. It's getting a bit of a lead there on Kevin Field, with a gap of 2.6 seconds between first and second. Chris D there seems to have had some issue. Didn't quite see what it was. Whether he started late in the race, I didn't actually see what happened there, but unfortunately half a dozen laps behind the rest of the field.
Nick had a blade break off on Eric had a blade break off on Thursday. He got whacked.
Yeah, that's what happened. And that came off the body, and that's what happened this morning.
Sorry, just reading a few of the comments there that are coming through on the YouTube channel. So a few unlucky guys today with issues with the cars. But you've got to take it on the chin, and that's racing. You know, it doesn't always go to plan. You know, whether it's your own fault with setting something up wrong, or whether it's someone else's fault taking you out, that is racing. If you cannot take that on the chin, you shouldn't be racing. That's my opinion. It's simple as that. Accidents happen. You know, you just gotta, it hurts, you just gotta swallow your pride and swallow whatever and just grin and bear it and get back on the track. It is disappointing, and it always will be, but that happens in the real world all the time. So, yeah, it's just when you've prepared for an event, you've travelled for an event, and then something happens through no fault of your own, yes, it hurts. But there's nothing we can do about it, that's just racing. So, good preparation, good setup, being a good racer, and you also need good luck as well. So, that's the things you need on your side to win. So we got Andrew still out in front there. He's basically got a lap on the rest of the field. 7.01 is his best lap time. 37 laps. So just under 30 seconds left to go. Good clean race there by Andrew and Kevin. If you look at them on the graphs below, I'll scroll down so you guys can see the graph. Looking at them on the graphs below, first and second position held clear all the way through. So Andrew there with a lap on Kevin, Kevin there with a lap on Scotty. So we're basically, yeah, they've kept those positions nicely all the way through. Nice clean racing. Okay. So there we go, that was the end of that heat. With Andrew running the Supra from South Australia, taking the win on that heat. Just quickly clicking over, showing Andrew's score there, 125 laps. Little bit mixed up in the heat list there of who's done how many heats, so it's not a true reading of who is actually in first place. As I say, a lot of the guys have not done as many heats as Andrew, but a good score there, 125 by all means. So next we've got, it's the Rick and Nick race again. So we got Rick, Nick, Anthony, Dave, Graham and Wellesley. So Wellesley now got to make this call with his bearings, so he should be on that now. And if I'm looking across, I can actually see Wellesley is there, and he should be being supervised by the Scrutineer. So someone should be watching what he's doing now. So it looks, I can't see exactly what they're doing, but they're definitely working on the car. Yeah. So it looks like there's a couple of guys checking and covering what Wells is doing there. So he's missing the start of the race, unfortunately. Let's hope he can get in there fairly quick. So Wells is still working on his car. The rest of the guys have started. So we're into the heat. Heat 14 of 31. Wells in, out, running in. That's the guys there, getting in there. He's on blue. And here he goes. There we go, a bit of a yellow flag there, that's going to help. That little bit will help him. Alright, calm yourself, Wellsy. Take it easy on your first lap. Flow into it. So there we go, Wellsy is on the track. So let's see, so he's 5 laps. Looks like he's, where is he? Yep, there he is. So he's 5 laps behind. It's cost him 5 laps. That isn't bad for a bearing setup and change or whatever. So that's not too bad. So just needs to hardest part there is relaxing now. He's going to be shaken by trying to push that through and get it done as quick as he could. I know I would, but it would rattle me for sure. But yep. So he's up there, Nick in front there. Fast lap time there for 6.894 from Nick. There with some good times. Dave also with some good time there, 7.069. So Wellsy there, with some nice times, 7.039. He's got some good times going there. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to try and get up there. He's, you know, them 5 laps are going to hurt, but it could have been a lot worse. He's running fairly good times. Yesterday, just about scraped through into the semis in 12th position. It'd be nice to see if he can get through again today, but we'll see. So Perth slot car, I'm guessing you're talking about the bearings. The positions of the bearings pushed into the axle mounts didn't get picked up in scrutineering. A little bit hard to see, I guess. You're sort of looking at all the different things, you check the bearings are in there, and but no, obviously wasn't picked up at scrutineering. You wouldn't want to change it afterwards because yeah, causes failure. So he's unlucky. If the scrutineers had picked it up, he wouldn't have had an issue. But anyway, he's got them pushed on the wrong way. One of the guys there giving a bit of a wave up to the camera. Come in watching the racing. Before said to me he was quite impressed and with the slot car centre, and I think he's a bit like a kid in a lolly shop. He's enjoying everything we've got on display here. So he's picked a good day to come in. So Nick there holding that lead. Pretty much got almost a lap there now on Dave. Wellesley unfortunately still down the bottom, not really pulling back those lap times, and it's hard. You're not going to pull back 6 laps, it's almost impossible. All he can do is keep his composure and keep his position and hope that 5 laps he losses is still going to be enough to get him through into the semis. So 30 seconds left of heat 14. Nick cruising nicely with this one. Some good lap times, a 6.988 there coming through. And most of his lap times are around about the 7 seconds dead on average. So 8-second lead there over the rest of the field. A little bit spread out this field. Okay, so that's it, 1 lap to go. So Nick there with great laps of 42.45. That's good racing, some quick lap times there by Nick. So Nick there now, a couple of laps ahead of Andrew. No, just over, well, about 1.2 really. So Andrew's quite close there. So 127.03 to Andrew's 125.89. So not a lot in it. So still a fair bit to go. So we're only just about hitting halfway through the race. Pardon me. So this one should be a good heat. And we've got Anthony V, Peter and Eric and Kane, all quick racers. Wayne and Nick as well. So it's going to be a fairly quick heat, I think, this one. Some definite good races in this heat. So Anthony was running the Supra, Kane was running the Lister, Eric was running, what was Eric running? I forget now. Eric was running the Viper. So a bit of a mix of cars as well. We've got the Supra, the Viper, the Lister. And Peter, what's Peter running? Peter was running pretty quick times before. And he's on the Marcos. Pardon me. Yeah, so Supra, Viper, Marcos, Lister. And I think Wayne was on the Marcos as well, was he? Where are you, Wayne? Yeah, Wayne's on the Marcos as well. And then we've got Nick. Nick is running the Marcos as well. We've got a couple of Marcos in there. And the Viper, the Supra and the Lister. So good mix of cars in this heat. It's like the Mad Slot cars. I don't really seen any of their reviews, but they had a few reviews of that slot cars. So hi to those guys. Looks like they've just tuned in. So we got Eric there with a 6.790. That is a fast lap. And Anthony behind him with a 6.8. When you're doing a 6.887 and you're not in front, you know you're up against someone, you know, a good racer. Well, some definite fast times in this. Kane there doing the 6.9s in his Lister. Peter 7.0s. Wayne Pep with the 7.0 as well. Nick there with the 7.1. So, Kane just took over Anthony there. So Anthony and Kane pretty much neck and neck. And nothing much in them at all. So very close racing there with Kane and Anthony. So Kane in purple, Anthony in orange. So basically both cars one lane in from the outside edge on either side. And there is nothing in it. There's basically a couple of car lengths, if that, between Kane and Anthony. Anthony's got past, so there we go. Anthony now took the lead over Kane. Eric holding that lead out in front, and a good 1.8 second gap It's going to be hard to catch with the lap times he's doing. At the end of the day, you do not need to win this. You basically just need to get into the top 12 to get through into the semis. Fox and Wall's just saying that last time they came here to visit, we were getting a shipping container picked up and moved. And that's right. It took us 4 years from unpacking it, from when the containers came here, where I got the tracks from Pendle Hill. And 4 years later, after we'd emptied the containers, they sat basically in the car park for 4 years. I got them picked up and moved on the day that those guys were here. It was a bit of fun trying to move them. I think at one point I finished up inside the truck, reversing the truck for the container guy while he was doing something with the cables and whatever else. But anyway, we got them out of the car park eventually after 4 years. So Eric still holding that lead there. 2-second lead on the rest of the pack. Kane just pulling slightly out in front of Anthony there now. The 0.4 of a second gap between them. 50 seconds left in the race. Some quick times. 6.77 there from Eric. 6.92 from Kane. 6.88 from Anthony. 6.96 from Peter. 7.0 from Wayne and a 7.1 from Nick. All very fast lap times. I think it's safer for me to be behind here than on that track. I don't think I could compete with these guys. They're definitely a step above me. So Eric kept his lead from after that first lap. Anthony was quicker out of the off the line, but Eric quickly took him. So there we go, 43.1 laps for Eric. Kane with 42, Anthony 42, Peter 42. Great times and great laps there. So where does that's going to have a look at these race results here. So let's just have a look at that. That's we've still got Nick up there, but as I said, they've not done the same number of heats. So just looking down the list there for the best laps, you got a 6.8 there. So you got Nick C there with the 6.76, so 6.76 there. So let me scroll down a little bit further. 6.76 there. Looking down the list a bit further, now they're all 7, so Nick C with the 6.762 there. Eric the 6.77, so 6.77, and Nick's was what? 6.77 for Eric. So Nick there still with the fastest lap of 6.762. So the fastest lap of the day up to now was Nick with a 6.762. Quick laps. Alright. Who have we got in this one? Jason, Troy, Paul, Steve, and Andrew. So going to be a little bit slower heat than the last one. We should see some good racing. All in all, Stevie's been out of this group. Stevie's been going pretty good in these. Stevie, who's not even there. No, he's not even on the track. Wherever he is, he's missed the start. So Stevie, not concentrating on where he is with the racing. Gone walkabout. Yep. And what do you say? What can you say to that? Here he comes, walking through the door now. And yeah, he's just looking. What? Me? You want me? Yeah. Just casually walking down the group there. Come on, Steve, grab your controller, get on the track. Here we go. So Stevie joining the pack. You gotta concentrate on where you are and when you're on next. You really can't go missing a heat. So unfortunately for Steve, he missed that one and he's lost 6 laps on the rest of them. So Paul taking an early lead on that one. Paul very new to slot car racing. Troy there from Port Macquarie's got in there, looks like Paul had a list. Yeah. See what's happening there, looks like a few more issues there, I'm not sure whether Steve's car had a sticker on it or not. The guys were sort of shouting which car it was. Ian Rice, I know that name, very good racer. So yeah, the tracks did come from Pendle Hill, and we just cleaned them. I've never seen so much build up on a track in my life as when I got these from Pendle Hill. The guys used to use banana boat sun cream on their tyres, and it was how the cars didn't bottom out, I do not know. We scraped it with a paint scraper to get the tracks clean before then cleaning and washing them down with different kinds of whatever we could find that would get them clean. It was honestly like 4-wheel driving. They were just mud tracks where the tyres ran through, and the bottom of the chassis were almost scraping on the build up on the tracks. But it worked for those guys and it worked for what they were racing, and the track condition is what it is, and it's the same for everyone that goes on the track. But yeah, we decided to get them all back shiny clean like new, so we did a bit of work on them. But Dave, who built these tracks, did an awesome job. So great tracks built there by Dave. Yep, and I took out the humps and I reversed the direction, certainly did. Those of you that don't know the track, it's pretty hard to see, but if you look at the track on the screen, if you look where the light bridge is, you can see the borders of the track have got a hump in them. That actually used to be a hump in the track as well. So you used to go over there, if you went over it too quick, you basically just smashed straight into the corner because you jumped out of your lane and you did not turn that corner in the end, you just went straight. And then coming down the bank, as the cars go round, they go through the light bridge, they go round the bank, and just at that point you can see there's a different colour border there in green. There used to be a large hump in the track there. So again, you'd come down there, if you didn't time it right, your car would come out of your lane, leave the track, not jump down back into the lane, and you'd come off down the straight. So if that wasn't bad enough, and one of the reasons I took the humps out is because it was too much of a home track advantage. But down at Pendle Hill, they ran it the opposite way. So if you can picture coming down the bank into the straight at full speed down that straight, and then just before you hit the opposite bank, there was a hump. Now when you're coming down the straight, it was bad enough coming off the bank onto the hump, but going down the straight onto the hump, those cars were launching and basically hitting the wall. So I made the call to reverse the polarity of the track there, and then a year or two on, I actually took the humps out as well, and I did that to make the racing fairer for guys that come from out of state and everything, and not used to the tracks. It just made it a lot easier for the guys to dial into the tracks and give us more competitive racing for the guys that are not familiar with them. So yeah, a few changes to the tracks, but they were fun. The humps were fun, I've got to say. Nope, so someone's coming up the ladder. We've got Anthony joining me.
Oh, good. You might be getting lonely up here, so.
I'm just rambling on.
Just rambling away.
Just rambling on. The few of the guys talking on YouTube back and forward. So,
okay,
yeah.
what are we saying?
No, just talk about the tracks where they came from, Pendle Hill, and the humps that used to be in. You remember them humps?
Certainly do. They were kind of good fun, but sometimes they're very.
But we were just saying originally, which you never raced on, the track ran the opposite direction.
Well, yeah, I've heard you say that. I've often been wondering.
So can you imagine going down that straight and then into the hump? So you're hitting that hump at full speed before the bank.
You could well see cars launch.
They're basically going into the wall. So yeah.
Or if you're lucky, clear it.
A few changes we did there. Yeah. Yeah, you got Ian Rice saying there, I broke a few cars off that hump at the end of the straight.
So, yeah. Well, thanks Ian for the. Yeah.
So that's exactly what I thought. Sorry, can you put that back on charge for me?
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's your fun.
Yeah.
So you haven't got your.
Yeah. So race results on. Anthony's just looking at my screen because I've sort of changed things. So all I've done, I've got the interact thing on, and then I've got it over the top of here.
Okay.
So I can just read that a bit easier.
Yep.
So I can still see what's going on the other screen.
Righto.
It just means I'm not straining my eyes quite so much to read the small print on the other screen. So I found a way around it.
Okay. Yep. Good.
Yeah. So we've got Lee, Paul, Gary, Griffin, and Greg in this one, Heat 17. How are you going in this?
Oh, look, I'm pretty happy with the car's running. It's not quite on its qualifying pace, but I think I'd be confident it'll go through, in which case we've got a 5-minute service window to give it a quick check.
Yeah, just saying, look at the time from Nick C here at 6.762. That's a fast time, isn't it?
Yep.
So I think Eric was 6.77 as well, so that's a pretty quick time there from Eric, wherever Eric's gone.
6.97 himself.
Yeah, 6.97. So Anthony, yeah, you got 6.8. So 6.77 there, and a 6.88 from yourself. So some real fast times in this. Kane give you a bit of a run for your money on that last one.
Well, he did. I was giving it just about everything it had. He was snuck away a little bit, but it's about getting through here to some degree. So.
Well, you don't have to win anything. You basically just have to get through to the top 12. Yep. And that's it, you know. So protect your car or whatever you need to do. As long as you're just keeping ahead of that, ahead of the pack and keeping into that top 12, it's enough.
Yep.
Makes no difference whether you come 12th or first. So you're through to the next heats, and that's what matters.
Indeed.
And,
certainly what it's all about. Well, that's good. So if we go back to the race results, the average lap time.
Yes, average. So Nick V there is a 7.0. I think it was Saul that was doing some real good average laps, if I'm not mistaken. So Nick V there 7.0. So Eric there was 6'9",
so he'll be
6'9", 7'7" in average laps. You know, that's pretty good. 7-0 for yourself.
yeah.
So yeah, so you know.
Where's Kane? Did you see
Where's
Kane?
Kane? Where's Kane? Where's he gone? There he is. 7-1.
Well, Peter W 7-1 and Nick V. So there's a fair.
So there's a fair idea the guys going through if they can keep to them, but anything can happen. You know, we've had a few issues there. We had one guy that got sideswiped and it broke his guide. He was really not happy about that, but what can you do? That's racing. It's just the bad luck side of it. So that obviously knocked him, and he lost a lot of laps from that. Didn't lose too many. He was back on the track pretty quick. He lost a few at the end. You got Wellesley
Simple mistake
with his bearings the wrong way. A couple of guys sort of said, well, how did the Scrutineers not pick it up? And I guess it's not something you're looking for to see which side the bearings are pushed in, because they don't stick out either side of those axle mounts. They're pretty much flush with them once they're in. So yeah, look, if the Scrutineers had picked it up, it'd have been great for Wellesley, because they'd gone, yes, I can get them changed before the race.
Yeah.
But what I was thinking, I wonder if he's been running that car like that in our club racing.
Well,
Because he can't even remember when he did it.
no, that's right. I mean, he's a bit curious about the back axles as well now, and he certainly will check his car for tomorrow.
So what did he end up doing?
We spun the pillar blocks.
You spun the
yeah.
blocks
So he
around.
lost about 5 laps.
Yeah.
We thought
It
we're going to
weren't too
glue it in one side, but there was every chance it was going
bad.
to
Fall again.
So he's taken the hit. What we actually, just out of curiosity, what's his average laps at?
So let's go back to the race results there.
Because he's hopefully going to get through.
Yeah. So where we at? Wellesley.
Just
Where are you, Wellesley? There he is. So 7-8, it's dropped him down to.
Well, let's average of the laps he's run.
Yeah,
So-
he was running most of the time. He was running some fairly good times. He's done 114. So what's
Plenty of 7.4, 7.5.
so it's around about 30. It's 114. What's that? Around about 35, averaging 35 a heat.
About 40-ish for the good guys, I think. And
So yeah, probably if he had the 6 laps on and make it the 120, yeah, he'd be doing 40, averaging 40 laps there.
yeah,
If you take the 5 or 6 that he lost off.
yeah.
So
All right. Well, he's got some work to do for sure.
but in the 40s on to the 120s,
He
yeah.
was running the low 7s after fixing those axle blocks, and then gave his tyres a clean mid-race. He lost another lap there because he did obviously clean them at the start.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, I was worried he was going to like put his car on the track and just come off on the first corner because you know you're all flustered and that.
yeah.
But I was sort of saying, right, keep your composure now, do a couple of average laps and then build up.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll heat over on that one. Let's have a look if we can get back to the who won that one. So Paul again out there on that one. So pretty much a lap ahead of the other guys with 14, or almost 2 laps ahead really, with a 14-second gap. Followed by Griffin, Andrew, Greg, Gary and Lee. So some of these guys, you know, never raced before and they've come down and done the event and they're having fun with it. you know.
Sure, but it's all about. So.
And it's sort of say it's one way to get a feel for it, get in the deep end and join the race.
Yeah. Suzuka looks a lot more open compared to the flat track and things like that, but it still takes some time and experience and a lot of laps in there to get those last few tenths out of it. And
It is.
really
It's still, you've still got to really work that controller and get it round those S's in the centre, especially, and a couple of little kick points there just before you go onto the bank. after the light bridge there's that little funny kick.
The right hand turn before you turn on the left hand bank is
Yeah.
certainly a challenging corner.
It's you don't see it. You have to stand over the track and right over the top of it, and you can see then the funny transition, and it does catch you out.
Same with the last right hand turn. It's very easy to barrel into that at full speed and maybe not quite pull up in time as well.
Yeah. But some good racing.
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere down there. Getting there today on the floor, so everybody seems to be enjoying it.
It's good. A couple of spectators that seem to have been around for the day. I'm not quite sure these guys. He's
keeping on the heat list for me. I think I've got a couple before I'm back on. So look.
No, you should be on this one. You've missed it.
I'll be down that ladder pretty quick if that's the case.
Yep. So we're going into heat 18.
Not in 19.
You're in 20. So yeah, you're in heat 20. Okay. So Andrew in this one is doing some fairly quick times. I think he's definitely doing enough to get through in the top 12.
It certainly looks like it. I think he's in the 7-1s.
Yeah, he's pretty consistent with his times.
Yeah. Keep that average time going. The guys in the 7-3, 7-4, 7-5 certainly probably got battled it out for the last few positions in the semi.
Runner on the track somewhere there. Under the bridge somewhere.
Yep.
Chris getting down there, trying to find it. There we go.
Got it sorted and get back underway.
So who was that?
We'll pick it on the time. So that Chris has got a slightly slower. He hasn't crossed for a little while.
Yeah, that might have been Chris getting his own car out. It sounded like Chris' voice who shouted runner, so yeah, a good chance it was, and he noticed his car straight away, jump lanes.
He's okay. He's just plugging it, so he might not be entirely happy with.
No, that's Chris left the field, has he? Doesn't look too happy.
Yeah, work on your car, mate, and get it back in there. Keep it going around.
No, looks like he's called it quits. That's not good.
No.
So,
7.33. He's had a reasonable best lap time. So.
He's been doing all right. Yeah, what the issue whether?
Yeah, whether he's had quite a failure with the car or not.
Quite sure.
Oh, his box is out the back room, so we can't see from the view up here where he might be working on his car.
Yeah, did he walk right out? I didn't actually see. No, looks like he may have walked past us. We can't see from up here. What happened with Steve E missing the start of his race?
Steve was just in attending the start of the race, sitting out in his car. So it's a good way to teach a few laps. I think he lost about 5 or 6 laps.
He did. He lost 6 laps there, wandering around the car park, was he?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Something like that. Taking it into view. But, yeah. You got any more comments here? I see the
yeah, just looking at them.
So we're slightly mad cars. You can really say I like righto. Well, thank you, Ian. I just noticed a comment there from Ian for the results yesterday, so thanks, Ian. Cheers. We certainly enjoyed the day. It was always very nice to get a win.
Yeah, and yeah, back here again next year.
Well, we've got a day and a half to go yet, so we'll worry about that.
Yeah, a couple of guys were asking if anyone from here was heading up to Perth for the NSRs. It's just a hard one. These guys have travelled down here. It'd be nice one year. We should try and get a group of us all up and take a few of us up there at the same time. I think is good. You know, like the WA guys have done for this one here this time. I think we should definitely maybe all get together and have a think about that one.
Yeah, good, definitely.
It'd
well
be nice.
Yeah, yep. I haven't had a big chance to talk to some of the Western Australia guys yet. They've got their camp down the end there.
Certainly have, with the flag up and everything.
Yeah. But I'll try and say hello a bit more over the weekend, and yeah, for sure, you get over there and have a go at the NSRs. So.
Yeah, that's right. So Luke down there at the Perth Slot Car Centre has got a race on there. I think the Brunswick guys were at one point doing NSR racing as well, so I don't know what quite situation with that one is now. But I believe there's a couple of NSR events on this year.
Okay.
One's the Australian, one's the Australasian or something.
Okay.
So we need to look a bit more into that.
Certainly have a look at the calendar and
Yeah.
have a talk to the boss and see how much leave I've got. So.
Is that the boss at work or the boss at home?
Well, yeah, there's two I guess to talk to, isn't there? So.
That's it. It's got Andrew out in front there now with a good 10-second lead on the rest of the pack. So yeah, pulling away definitely there with the guys. Just looking at his average, his lap times there, 7.1s. He's just lap doing there. Best lap 7.9s. So,
circulating well is Andrew. He had 40 laps to go, 40 laps up, 15 seconds to go, getting another couple in, so 42 laps in a heat's
yeah, that's
quite
it.
strong. So.
Yeah, and that's right. And a few of these guys have been getting the 42 laps into a heat, and that's good times, good lap time. And he's hit the 42 again.
Yep.
And I think he's done that on every heat. So he's definitely racing well.
For sure, yep. And he's led, now looking at your fancy graph there, he's led all the way through.
Yeah, that's right.
So what happened
just
with
scroll
Kevin?
down
He sort of
through the
dived
guys.
right at the end there.
I don't know whether we'll see
graph,
there
so-
at the end. So Kevin was doing in second position, dropped to third, and then finished up dropping down to fifth on that graph. But Andrew straight out of the gate in front, out off the mark, and stayed there. I think I was looking at that one where you were racing with Eric, and you beat him out of the on the start line, and then he got past you, and he stayed past you. But you got off the start quicker than him.
Okay, right. A little bit on the reaction time.
So yeah, you got him on there. So I just saw the Anthony R. Then I
Yeah,
thought it was Anthony. I thought it was you. Then I was nearly having a panic. So you're on
Yeah,
there.
Heat 20 next one.
You're on
so
the next one.
I'll go down shortly.
So
Remember where I left the controller? I think it's in the box.
yeah, so that takes Andrew there on a 168. So yeah, so it's pretty much 42 a lap, isn't it? A heat, I'm
Yes,
saying.
indeed, yeah. Four heats. Yep.
So pretty consistent times. So, yeah, he's a skilled racer. You know, he's definitely a seasoned racer.
Right, but we've had a couple other excursions over here, and that car's been around the track here before, so
Yeah.
he's reasonably familiar for him.
So Anthony R, Rick, Graham, Nick, Wellesley, and Dave. Wellesley with his bearings now in the correct order. Now, you know, a couple of guys were asking, can he put some stops in, axle stops on there? It's not part of a Revo part.
No,
It shouldn't be running
no.
axle stops, and you know, the guys are saying, "Oh, can you do that?" I'm going, "No, we can't. I'm sorry. We said it's got to be Revo parts. You can't just suddenly put them in." So unfortunately,
I think it was a suggestion to how to fix the situation.
Yeah.
Somebody had, so yeah, no, that's entirely right, not having Revo parts in there, so. In the end, the solution was made, so.
Yep, and I think you just got to live with it.
Fix the
and,
problem,
get it done as
drop the
quick as
laps
you can.
and carry on, yeah. Righto, so Nick's headed off on this one. Well, look at me, he's a couple of seconds in front of, well,
Yeah,
a second in
Nick's
front of Wellesley, so.
Nick's been running well. He's been doing some fast lap times as well.
Yep.
So he's definitely up there. Wellesley there with a 6.9, so he's right in there.
Yeah, that's purple line
It
too,
will-
which can be one of
It
the
will
little
be
bit
so
more-
disappointing for him if he doesn't get through due to like 5 or 6
Yeah.
laps, which was clearly then just because of the bearings.
for sure. Yeah. Well, he's always in good spirits. He'll
He'll take
take it on the chin.
Yeah,
Yep, and make sure he doesn't do it again.
yeah, he won't forget that one. But Nick there, the 6.867.
strong lap through the heats for sure. Backing up with some 6.9s weekend. Got a 6.9 there as well. But actually, they're all Dave C 709 and Anthony R, which is great to see him getting into the low sevens.
Yeah, because Anthony R's not really a 132 racer either. He races the flexes, and he fancied having a go at this. I think this is his first year he has. So doing pretty good really to say he's new to the 132 stuff.
Yeah, he's certainly excited to have a go and well invested in the slot cars. He likes making his tools and machines for preparation and
Yeah,
like
that's
that,
it. So yeah, for those who might not have heard earlier, Anthony R is Storky, as you might know him. So he's been having a few of his products reviewed there with the Slot Car Hub guys. And yeah, so his products, including the gizmo for running in the motors, will all be online in August here. I've got a few at the shop already, but he's going to get a few more out to me, and then I'll get them up online. So some great little devices he's pulling together.
sure. Alright, so Elsie's just dropped a spot there, not sure what triggered that. So we're halfway through this heat, so I probably should wander back down and pick up my controller and
You better add, get yourself organised.
get organised for the next heat.
Thanks for
So,
joining us.
No worries.
Good luck with it.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. See you all.
So, Anthony V there popping in to say hello. Check her I'm going up here on my own today. I should have got him to man the station while I went to the bathroom actually. Anyway, so Nick V doing really well in this one. 3-second lead over the rest of the team. He's held that position from out of the gate right through. So everyone looking pretty relaxed around the track. So Nick there, holding that lead still, some good times there. 6.8 from Nick, 6.8 from Rick, 6.9 from Wellesley. So Rick doing a lot better in this one. His last heat weren't as good as the previous heat, so whether it was something on his car or on his tyres or something, he dropped down in his previous heat, but he's definitely back up there now. Well, I'm going to leave you for 1 second, guys, while nature calls, and I shall be back.
That's on this track.
Okay, back with you. Alright, so we have got Peter, Saul, Kane, Anthony, Nick and Eric. So another one that's going to be a fast one. So heat 20, just about to start. So who's going to get off the line first and quickest? I think it was Anthony last time was quick off the line, then taken by Eric, and Eric kept that lead all the way through in the previous heat these guys did together. Yeah, right. I'm going to eat some food again while I'm doing it. So who got off the line the quickest? Right, Anthony got off the line quickest again. Look at that. No overtaking on that graph. Perfect, straight line. He's going to be first to overtake. Oh, we've got a bit of a change there. So Eric from flying up from 4th straight into 2nd. Kane unfortunately dropped from 2nd down into 4th. Saul holding his 3rd position. Anthony holding that lead just about, by not by much. Eric's catching him, very slowly catching him. One of the gutter lines. Not sure who that was. Could have been Peter, I think, that came off then. I'm not quite sure. It was a pretty quick call. Eric just dropped down. Anthony holding that lead nicely. 1.3 second gap between him and Kane. I've got food in my tea. Okay. So 6.88 there by Anthony's best lap time. 6.9 by Kane. 6.9 by Saul. 6.8 by Eric. God, there's some quick times in this heat. Saul there taking it into 2nd, so come up. Good racing, he's been holding that 3rd position nice and steady. So someone shouted run and it got ignored, and then the track call after that. Looks like an off by Anthony. Saul taking the lead. Even though it has no effect on who's going to go through, Anthony will not like that. He doesn't like making mistakes. Oh, pardon me, guys. Too much pepper in my food. So Saul there with a nice lead, followed by Kane, followed by Eric, followed by Anthony. So looked like both Eric and Anthony had issues in this heat, dropping them down a couple of positions. Nothing that will hurt them in the aspect of getting through to the semis. So holding nicely onto that lead. Good half a second ahead of Kane. Followed by Eric. Followed by Anthony, Peter and Nick. Okay, 5 seconds left of that. So Sol, Eric, Kane, Anthony, Nick and Peter. Look at all those guys, all 42 laps a piece. That's good. But they're, I don't think any of those 4 guys have any issues. I'm wondering whether they're going to go through or not. So Kane up there with Nick and Andrew, Peter, Rick, all those guys. Eric and Anthony, it's hard to see because they so you got Eric, Sol and Anthony there have done less heats, so hard to see. We go back to the live race. We've got Paul, Jason, Steve, Troy, Andrew and Steve C. Steve E looks like he's here this time for this one. What I might try and do is bring on the live camera and have a walk down and show you some of the cars. Let's have a look if I can do this again. Always a bit of an issue for me working with this technology. Reload that one. So bear with me while I take the mobile camera on. Let's have a look if I can get it to work. This mobile cam is there. Try something else. Bear with me guys while I try and bring this in. Sorry guys, I'm just working on something to try and get the mobile camera up and running so I can take a walk. And something in. Let's have a go. Alright, let's see if I've got this right. So, down in there, start. Looks like I may have this correct. Alright, if I transition across. I'll just move that out of the way a bit somewhere. Over here. And there it should. There we go, you've got me. Let's take a walk and see if we can have a look at some cars. So bear with me. Alright, go down the dodgy steps. They're out here on the floor. So let me see if I can see where these cars are. Okay. Alright, just a bit of a look. These are the cars that are actually in the race. So these are in park permit at the moment. You can see the cars. You can see quite a few markers in there. They're definitely the pick of the bunch. Don't know who's running the AV display level. I don't think it's doing very good. It's Lister Storms do look nice. Kane's running one. One of the guys from WA, I think, is running the other one. So yeah, so there's the cars. Obviously 6 on the track at the moment. But that is the cars. There we go. They're the ones that are all in today's race, apart from the 6 that are on the track. We've got our Scrutineering, checking what I'm doing, making sure I'm not messing with the cars. Hey, I'm not interfering with the cars. I'm stepping away. I'm stepping away from the car. Enjoying the racing, Lee? Oh, good. It's good fun. It's a good hobby. Down there on the track, in the straights. The rubber stands come onto the track now. See the view from here. I'm not standing here all day for you guys. Yep, look at this, refueling. A crash there, something happened on the track. Yep. Well and truly off the track. It'll correct itself if it hasn't. If you want to put it back behind the line, where's the blue? If you put it back on this side of the line, if it's already counted, it'll just correct itself anyway. So you're better off putting it on this side if you're unsure. Yeah. It'll just say it'll be short lap, yeah, but it'll correct itself from a lap point of view.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah. So as you said there, I don't know if you heard, it said minimum blue. With the track caller who's concerned whether it counted his lap as he rolled under there. It was only an inch or two past the line, and we do have the settings to allow that roll on, so it should have been fine. The racer was unsure, so he said to put it back on the other side of the line. And it just the track just corrects itself as race coordinator. There we go, it's the end of that heat. Yeah. We got smiling faces on the races, whether they came first or last, so that's good. I like to see smiling faces. Excuse me, guys. Alright, so these guys are all changing over. I'll head back. How are you going, Eric?
Yeah, not too bad.
Managed to get a few heats in eventually, a bit of a late start, weren't it? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good. Some quick times.
Yeah.
Very quick times.
Watching the tires.
Yeah. I don't think you got any issues getting through into the top 12. Yeah. No, I don't let the camera go out. Side again. Yesterday it was really scary going out here because my wife was bombarded with work. I was trying to cook burgers and she wasn't happy. So I believe today has gone better. And the camera does sometimes drop out. So I'll just have a look. Just hiding. It's not even here. It's gone. There's no one in the burger van. Stealing money. There we go. You've just witnessed some robbery or some chocolate from my wife's truck. Alright, let's get you back up there. Up the dodgy ladder. Here we go. Up we go. Control Central. Yeah. Here. Machine here where I make some of the equipment that we use and the trophies. The laptops. All the YouTube on. This is you guys. All on YouTube. All the laptop, all the controls and everything I'm using. So we'll get rid of this. Transition, and there we go. It should be gone. We should just be back on the normal screen, I hope. So let's have a look. Who we've got? Losing the heat. Let's try and get back to the racing screen. So hopefully that's all looking back to normal. So we now have Paul, Andrew, Greg, Griffin, Gary and Lee in this heat. So Paul there keeping a nice lead in front. Same with Andrew, second position. Holding them two positions nice and tight on that graph at the bottom, which is great. Ooh, track call there. Heard a bit of a crash. I need oxygen up there. It's a bit like that. It's good. It's a good view though, Dennis. It's pretty good. Still got to do something with that dodgy ladder. But anyway, we'll get to that at some point. Hopefully before I fall and break my neck. All right. So we had a bit of a change there with Andrew and Paul changing over there in position. So just over 2.5 minutes to go in heat 22. Time to refuel myself with a chocolate bar that I stole. She'll never know. She'll come out later and count and say someone stole a chocolate bar and she'll be blaming the racers. Ian, you need to go back to the UK and replace your accent more often. That's what I reckon. And I've not been back this year, so yeah, first year I've not been home for a long time. So this year we didn't get a chance to get away anywhere. We'll try and take a few days after this event, I think. Andrew and Paul battling it out there, first and second, followed by Greg, Gary, Griffin and Lee. I hope you guys like the bit of a walk around there and start trying to show you the cars that are actually racing. Probably like to see try and see some more white kits next year. I reckon try and encourage the painting of their own livery. EastEnders, Southerners here. No, we don't do Southerners here. Come on, get it right. Coronation Street where I'm from, mate, not EastEnders. Yeah, I just having a bit of a laugh there with the guys that are watching on the comments coming through for the YouTube clips. So heat over there, very close racing there between Andrew and Paul. Greg following in and Gary, Griffin and Lee. So I just spoke to Lee before on the floor. First time he's raced, asked him if he's enjoying it and he's loving it. Said so glad he found, he said I'm calling it a sport. So he's so glad he's found this sport. Next time bump into Nick. Just sort of shoulder charge him, shall I? Alright. See what we got up next. Scott, Mick, Andrew, Steve, Chris, and no, Chris dropped out of the last one, didn't he? Is Chris back in? I see Chris on the. We've got Kevin there. I can't see Chris. It doesn't like Chris is re-entering the race. No, so it looks like there's only 5 races down there. I cannot see Chris setting up. Okay, so Andrew's been doing some nice steady times, leading most of these heats he's been in. There we go, we're off. Let's see who's first across the line. So Andrew straight out there in front, followed by Scott. A bit of crossing over there for 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. These guys are swapping around. Chris looks like he's throwing the towel in for this race. I'll need to have a chat with him later, find out what actually happened there with his car. Andrew holding on nicely to that first position. Mick just getting through there into second from Scott. Not a lot in it between Mick and Scott though. Scott's still hot on his tail. And Kevin also. Those three guys very close together. Andrew taking a nice lead there, well over a lap in front now, 7 seconds. Times from Andrew there, 6.9. Definitely looking like Andrew's going through to the next round. And the times he's doing, I'm pretty sure he'll be hitting those top 12. Kevin had an off there. Knocked him down a little bit. Andrew holding that lead nicely now, pulling it up front, 10.4 second up there. Got that second place back from Mick. See, with these guys being grouped from the qualifying, Andrew's qualifying time weren't the highest, and yeah, he normally qualify a little bit more and been in a racing with a higher group. And that's no effect really. Just sometimes when you've got someone quick racing next to you, it keeps you on the pace. And you realise if you're sort of drifting off and slowing down a little bit, if there's someone up there with a high pace, it tends to keep you up at the high pace as well. John's back with us. Been back shopping, getting his food for the week. Need to get a burger van in the front yard like I do, John. Never run out of food anymore, it's great. For a lot of work. 6 months work doing the van just so I can get fed. So Andrew up there now with 39, Scott 37, Mick 37, Steve 36, Kevin 35, and Chris drops out of the racing, unfortunately. Alright, so we're getting to the end of that, heat 23 now. We've got Andrew there, hitting that 42 mark, along with all the rest of the top guys. 42 laps per heat. And there we go. 210. As I say, a few of the guys not done the same number of heats, so it's going to take him down there, but he's going to be very similar. So I would, unless something drastic goes wrong, I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing Andrew coming across to the semis. So the top 12 people go across to the semis, and then 2-minute heats, so they're shorter heats, 2-minute heats in the semis, and then the finals are 5-minute heats again, for the top 6. I had a request from a couple of the guys last night if we can make the semis a little bit longer. Look, definitely want to look at it. It's not something I'm going to change partway through an event when the event's been arranged, set up and planned in. Something like that I would not change during an event, but definitely look at it for next year. Probably have a chat with some of the guys. Obviously, whatever we add on to that makes it a longer day, so you know. No, not at all. No, separate. So, Kane just he's flicking through. I've got one of the spare computers down on the floor set up with a heat list for the guys, and he's flicking through the heat list there, and he was wondering whether it was changing it on my screen and your screens as well, but no, it's not. So yes, the guys are asking us to increase the time on the semi-finals from 2 minutes. So when we're looking at it, 2 minutes, 12 heats. If you sort of think of it for a minute and a half at least for each one, with the changeover pretty much close to 2 minutes really. So for every minute we add, it's going to be around an extra 24 minutes of race time when you think of changeover and any white flags and stuff like that. So for every minute we add to the semis is going to be basically another 24 minutes on the day. So we just got to watch how long the day drags on for, and getting too long a day. I'm happy with it, no issues. Doesn't matter to me if I go till 10 o'clock at night, to be honest. It's a case of what these racers think. You know, whether we just add the 1 minute on there, an extra 24 minutes or whatever into the day. If we add 2 minutes on there, it seems to get to the point where you might as well just make them all 5, which will be 3 minutes or yeah, it's starting to add up a little bit then if we had 3 minutes onto there, so it's basically, yeah, it's adding another 72 minutes plus approximately with changeovers and white flags. So change it from a 2 minute heat to a 5 minute heat would add about 72 minutes to the day. But we'll talk to the guys, see what they want to do for next year. So we have them here in 2026. So yeah, 2026 Revo Championships might make some changes to the heat times. We'll see. I might have the venue, I might have the tracks, but the racing is for you guys. So you guys give me your feedback. Alright, we've got Rick in this one. Holding nicely there at 6.9. Yep. So, yeah, Rick up there 15 laps ahead of Dave. Best lap time is 6.9, 7.0 for Dave, 7.0 for Wellesley, 7.0 for Nick, 7.0 for Anthony, and a 7.3 for Graham. So pretty even times there. It's actually fairly tight in those top positions. So if you look at the graph again, let me scroll down to see this graph. I like the graph. Look at the changes. You know, you have Dave there in first, then he dropped to second, then back to first, dropped down to second, then back up to first again. So a few changes there with Dave and Rick. We had Wellesley up there at one point, jumped into first, then dropped down into fourth, and then into third, then up into second again, then back to third. So a fair few changes in this race of position. It is quite tight at the top 4 positions there. So some quick times coming out there. Rick's with the 6.9s and Nick with the 6.9s. Wellesley 7.0s, Dave 7.0s, Anthony R 7.0s. Graham there a little bit slow with the 7.3s. I need control of my music from here. It's too quiet. I want to turn it up. I like the music in the background. It's a bit of a love it or hate me music that I play. A lot of the guys come to say I really like the mix of music, and I get others that come and say, God, I hate your music. Well, my venue, my music, unfortunately, that you'll never get a say on. But anyway, you will get a say on the racing. So Dave there holding on to that lead now. 2.5 second gap between him and Rick. So Dave got through yesterday to the finals. Didn't think he would do. He was quite surprised when he got through to the finals, but definitely happy about it. So let's see how he goes today. Thanks, John. Yeah, look, it'd be nice to get some extra guys. I will probably cap the numbers. The venue can take more numbers. We've still got a lot of spaces when you look along the benches at the back where the races are, and further up this way. There's a lot of bench space there that was never utilised, and we've also more space in the back that was never utilised. So we do have the pit space, John, to increase and numbers, but I also want the event to be smooth, and it's not about trying to cram as many people in as you can. Oh look, my event got more races than anybody else. I'm not really interested or care about that. I'm interested in good racing, and I would probably cap the number at 40. We've got 31 at the moment, and 40 would be my limit, and I think I've said that from day one. And I think that's a comfortable number for the racing, for the length of time on the track, and how long the day would be, and with space and comfort for moving around. We are expanding the centre all the time, but I still think I would keep that number at 40. And that is a reminder to the guys that just because you came 1 year or you've come every 3 years, don't just expect that you're going to get in. If we did get an influx of people wanting to come, then it would be a case of first come, first serve, and that's the local guys too. You know, there's no preference there. You know, these guys, whoever books in first gets in, and that's the way it always has been and always will be. Luckily, we've never got to the stage where I've had to turn people away, and I'd hate to have for that to happen. But John, yeah, I think 40 would be the limit that I would cap on my events here. First slot car there, music choice, common slot car owner problem. Bring out the Black Sabbath. Too much of the devil's music. I like it. Alright, so we got Kane, Wayne, Nick, Sol. There we go, Eric taking the lead out the door there. Straight out, he got out of off the line first. And he's going to hope to stay off that line first. So Sol there came out in third place, but quickly straight into second. Anthony came out in second, was pipped to the first lap by Sol. So Eric there, 6.662. I'm pretty sure that's a new lap record for the race, isn't it? Pretty sure it is. I don't think we've had one that's 6.6, and it's. I will check that shortly, but I think that could be a new lap record there for this race at 6.662 by Eric. So he is holding on to that lead, 1.5 second gap on Sol, and he is slowly increasing that gap as well, 1.8 now, 1.9. So Eric pulling away from the rest of the pack just slowly. Anthony and Sol, nothing much in them, 0.6 of a second of a lap there. Sol's average lap times I think are slightly higher than Anthony's. Best lap time definitely higher, 6.9 for Sol, 7.0 for Anthony. Nick there with a 6.9 as well, so there's a quick lap time, not a lot between them. And then Wayne Pepper as well. Kane not doing too good in this one for some reason. I said too good, he'd still be doing better than I'd be doing, but 7.2 there, 7.15 for his best lap time. So John, yeah, saying available time pressure was my biggest concern, so 40 makes sense. Yeah, I think just like I say, keep the racing nice. We have some the events here have been very smooth. We've had no issues. Try and keep tight control on things, but also keeping it pleasant, and hopefully we can continue that. Eric's running a quick race here. These guys push so hard, and it's not the final race. They've only got to get into the top 12. I spoke to Eric before, and he's saying, no, he's not pushing his tyres too hard. Really? You're not pushing your tyres? Well, I'd hate to see it if you were pushing your tyres. You're doing 6.66 now and you're not pushing. Brilliant racer, and absolutely great at setting up his cars. And the way he gets his tyres set to give him the grip that he wants on that track. Yeah, very skillful, very experienced and seasoned racer. And Sol too, you know, he's got good cars, taking some real strong guidance from his father Andrew in the earlier years. And now I'm pretty sure he's just independent and can set his cars up as good as anyone now. So good 2.3 second lead now from Eric from the rest of the pack with a minute to go. Heat 25 of 31. So we are missing the extra person here with me today doing the commentary. Holmesy unfortunately could only do yesterday, so he just did it as a bit of a favour to help me out. He's been a great help from day one with this slot car centre. You know, he helps me out you know, quite often with his skills that he's got. He's always given advice on some of the cabinetry that I've needed and stuff like that. So yeah, big shout out to Holmes. He's been a big part of this centre since we opened 4.5 years ago. Alright, so that one, Eric 42, Sol 42, Anthony 42, Nick 41, Wayne 40, and Kane 40. So definitely Kane down a little bit on his previous heats. So whether something's going on with the car, he didn't seem to be getting the times he usually gets. Well, green lane's not one of the best lanes to race in either. Just throwing that straight over to the race results. So Nick, Andrew, Kane, Rick, and the other Nick as well. Yeah, they're all in the same number of heats, from if I'm not mistaken. So they're up there, and then you got the Sol, Eric. So got Anthony V 168, Eric 171, Anthony 168. Now I know they have all done the same number of heats, and I'm pretty sure Peter in there as well with 167 is also the same number of heats. So those guys are right up there as well. So what we got, 168, add the 42 to that, is 210 in the heats there. So 210 takes them straight up into that mix with the Nick and Andrew. Alright, so heat 26 of 31. We got Steve, Paul, Andrew, Jason, Steve and Troy. So Steve E has been doing pretty good in these heats. So let's have a look how he goes again. Got a bit of stretching out happening on that screen. Don't know why that's happening. We haven't made any changes. Maybe I need to pay my electric bill. Alright, so who's first off the line? Alright, Stevie. Out in front and beginning there. Well, first off the line and kept that position. A couple of the guys swapping around there. Andrew got off the line quick but unfortunately dropped down. So Stevie keeping that first position there. A bit of a gap there now of 4 seconds on the rest of the guys. Andrew jumping up though there now. So he dropped down there for a bit at the beginning, but jumping back up there. So Stevie with a 7.3. Why is this screen stretching out a little bit now? I don't want problems. I've not changed anything, we're still running on the same settings. So why are we stretching out? Not good. What's going on? Let me just have a check. Wi-Fi is looking. Like any issues there on the settings on the Wi-Fi, that looks good. I don't understand why it's setting out. Okay, I'm not quite sure what's going on with the live stream, guys. It's stretching out for some reason. It didn't do it all day yesterday and it hasn't done it all morning, but now it's gone to crap. Don't know. Alright, sorry guys, not sure what's going on with the video cameras. There shouldn't have been any reason for a change. We're not Wi-Fi anyway, we are hardwired direct to the hubs. And I cannot see why that would have any change whatsoever. Okay. Alright, we've got Steve E still out in front there, getting a real good lead on the rest of the pack there with an 18-second lead. We're getting this this stretching out happening on our screen here. A little bit concerned about what's going on with the cameras. I don't even think restarting the feed would help, or I would. I don't particularly want to break off, but got to see how we go. But, may have to look at restarting the cameras. We really don't know what's going on with them. Alright, so at the end of that one, Steve he got quite a lead on the rest of the guys there, with an 18-second lead on the rest of the pack, bringing in 38.79 laps, which is pretty good. And lap times there of 7.3. So next up we have Greg, Gary, Andrew, Lee, Griffin and Paul. So they're going into this one next now. Heat 27 of 31. Alright, so we've got a few heats to go, so I think I'll try and persevere with these cameras and hopefully they'll fix themselves up. If not, I might see it if I do something with it between this race and going into the semis, whether I restart again. Well, that's let's see how we go. Fingers crossed, guys, that these cameras hold out, because no reason why they should suddenly start going out. As I say, we don't run on Wi-Fi. We are cabled in direct to Ethernet. So I've got to say, a lot of the times here it's could be just the weather or whatever. Alright, so Paul there in the lead, went out the start line, followed by Andrew, Gary, Lee, Griffin and Greg. I need to try and keep my concentration on the race and stop stressing about these cameras. Our technical guru with Anthony V, but he's there. I don't want to disturb him. Amateur IT, clearing the cache. Okay, yep. But breaking the life, it may not be worth it to find out. Yeah, that's it, John. I'm going to see how it goes, and if it carries on stretching out like it's doing, I might have to break the live feed in between the this main race and before we go into the semi-finals. I can just restart it as a Saturday class with semi-finals on the YouTube channel. It just seems strange. It's run perfectly all day yesterday and the rest of the day today to suddenly start up. Alright, so yeah, just looking at that graph there. What about? Okay. No. Interesting. Toggle the graph. There we go. Put my graph back to that other position. So that changed as well for some reason. Maybe I hit the button on that one. Okay, so Paul and Andrew there, swap positions for the first and second position. Andrew now keeping a lap on Paul with 3 seconds. Griffin there in third position. Lee in fourth. Greg in 4th, and Greg in 5th, and Gary in 6th. Right. Chris there around the end of the track near Anthony. Still don't know what actually happened to Chris for making him pull out. I'm sure Anthony will be asking those questions himself at the moment, so if he pops back into the booth here, we might be able to get those answers from him. Alright, so we're 4 hours into our live stream of today. Thank you to the guys that have been watching. Appreciate that. I hope you're enjoying it. So Andrew out there in lead now with a 4.8 second over Paul, followed by Griffin, Gary, Greg and Lee. So Lee, fairly new racer, and Greg, I believe, is fairly new as well. Greg's come down from Port Macquarie. The guys up there at Max's Family Fun Centre. So some good racing up there. Awesome track. One of my favourite tracks I've raced on is the one at Max's Family Fun Centre at Port Macquarie. Okay. So just around about a minute left on that one. Andrew holding his lead nicely now with the lap ahead of everybody else. Followed by Paul, Griffin, Gary, Greg and Lee. So unfortunately we had a bit of an issue with this year's RevoSlot Championship t-shirts. Basically the guys that produced the t-shirt contacted me a couple of weeks ago and told me they wouldn't be arriving until the end of the month, which is basically after the event. So I told them not to bother. What's the point of having t-shirts after everyone's gone home? So I didn't bother, you know. It's not worth it as far as I was concerned, you know. So we do still have some t-shirts left from the previous 2 years, the 2 different designs for years 1 and 2. But year 3, yeah, it just didn't happen due to some unfortunate incident with their production. They well and truly had more than enough time. They should have been here 2 weeks before the event, never mind 2 weeks after it. But anyway, just the way it goes. But yeah, we do have a few of the year 1 and year 2 Revo Championship t-shirts still available if ever anyone wanted any of them. Not sure if I've got them on my merchandise page or not. I'd have to look back into that. But yeah, so more t-shirts arriving of our standard ones as well. They're coming in. A few hoodies left. I'd have to check sizes after this weekend. A few of our hoodies and that went with this colder weather. Next one, Andrew, Scott, Chris, Mick, Kevin and Steve. Looks like Chris is out on this one still. He's at the counter and not heading to the track. So John just stamp over the old stock with 2026. I don't actually put years on them, John. I purposely don't put the year on them, but I do change the design. So this year's design did have images of the list of storms on them, but as I say, I actually cancelled the order when they couldn't produce it on time. So it will be next year now, I guess. Alright, let's get into this next one. So we are at heat 28 of 31. I'm pretty sure Andrew will dominate this heat like he has done, I think, on every one of the heats he's been in. So he's been averaging around about 42 laps on every heat, so I'm pretty much sure he'll do the same. So straight off the line, Andrew there in the top position. Looks like Scott was off the line first, and Kevin got past him. But, Scott's took past him again, so it looks like it's going to be a battle between Scott and Kevin for second and third, the way it's going. Mick's up there now, Mick's in there now at third place. So if you look at it, there's nothing in it there between Scott, Kevin, Mick and Steve L. Only 1 second between the four of them. So it's pretty close racing. Okay. Andrew taking a little bit of a lead of the rest of the pack by about 0.8 of a second, stretching that to 1 second now. Scott getting a little bit of lead on Kevin by about 0.6 of a second. So starting to stretch out a bit. Nope. Scott's had an off, so he's dropped down. He's dropped down to 5th. Andrew driving what car? Andrew was driving the Supra, I believe. Let me double check that for you. Where are you on my list? Andrew Elliers, yeah. So Andrew Elliers, yeah, if driving the Supra. So same car as Anthony V. So there are only a couple of listers in this pack, and they've definitely not been showing quicker times than the rest of the pack. So I think the call made to throw them into the Saturday class was probably a good call. There was a bit of a confusion with them because a few of the guys were sending me links from the actual racing, not slot cars, real racing, where they did run with the GT2s, but they also apparently ran some races with the GT1s as well. So a little bit confusion over them, and at the end of the day, I had to make a call somewhere along the line. And that call was to put them in with the GT2s. The information I was getting was they ran with the Marcos quite a lot in history, so I made that call. Right or wrong, call that just had to be made. But on the track here, it's looking like they're blending in well with this group. So it'll be interesting to see what the times are tomorrow with the other cars. And see how that split is looking. Just want to try and get even racing is more important than anything. So the Supra, to be honest, John, one of my first cars I chose was a Supra. Never had any luck with it whatsoever. So yeah, didn't have any luck with my Supra whatsoever. I'm pretty sure I sold it on. From there, I basically always ran with the Marcos. It's always been my car of choice until this year when the Lister come out, and yeah, I'm currently trying one of them, but at the moment only had a couple of local club races with it. And it's handling nicely, but never had the speed. But that could have just been down to the motor or whatever is in that car. I've got Kane driving my cars today. Kane is a flexi racer. Doesn't race 132 cars at all, but he loves events like this. And as from day one, has sort of said, if you can give me a car, I'll race. So I let him use my cars. I don't set them up. They are just as I race them for club racing. And he gets the car, he has to change the motor, he has to put the new tyres on it and true the new tyres just the same as everybody else. Yeah, so he's using my car at the moment. Yeah guys, you see slot cars there commenting. Yeah, great if you could get up here next year. It's nice to see a few new faces in the venue, and we've definitely had that with all the WA guys this year, and plus a couple of local racers that have never raced before, which was nice to get in. What we got? Something going on the track, sorry. Yeah, they're just waving off someone that didn't complete the, looks like Mick didn't complete his last lap, so we just waved him off. Alright, so Andrew, only 41, Andrew, what are you doing? You got 42 last time. Green is a little bit harder lane, so we'll forgive you. 6.99 in green, better than I would do, so can't comment much more than that. So Andrew keeping up there with his good times like he's had on every single heat. So heat 29 of 31, so not many to go now. The stretching seems to have stopped on the screen, so fingers crossed that was just a blip in the system. It was probably the UFO or something that just flew over. So we've got Wellesley, Graham, Dave, Anthony, Nick and Rick in this one. So Mickey with the orange hat to take the handbrake off. Where's the orange hat? I'm not looking. Orange hat. Oh right, and then WA guys. Ah yeah. I know what you mean. Nope, I heard a wife's voice. Thought she might have been bringing me something nice. Or tracking me down. She's probably searching everyone for the missing chocolate that I stole out of her fridge before. Alright, here we go. So Nick there taking the lead out of the line, followed by Dave, Anthony, Wellesley, Graham and Rick. So look at that, 6 nice straight lines. Let's see who overtakes first. I like the graph. I don't think you guys can see the graph. Nope, we got a runner on the track. And a bit of crashing and banging. What's going on? Looks like we're still going. Ooh, definitely a few changes in positions there. Dave dropped right down from 2nd into 6th. That's not good. Made the break there for Wellesley to come up into 2nd. Anthony dropped down, so definitely a few changes there. So that was a but Nick in the lead there, obviously stayed out of trouble and was ahead of the collisions. So he'll have been smiling that he missed all that. So getting a bit of a lead there, 3.5 second lead on the rest of the pack. Pulling some nice times there, 6.871. Other guys pulling 7.1s and 7.0s. Dave there with the, looks like he had another off there with the 9 second lap. Same with Rick, just dropped down again there, the 9 second lap. Anthony are taking the 4th position from him there. Wellesley holding his lead there, not much in it though between Wellesley and Graham. Graham is pretty much on his tail. So pretty good chance there that Graham's going to be putting the pressure on Wellesley. Hey Mike, yeah, shame you couldn't be down here. It's pretty good weekend of racing up to now. Usual bunch of friendly guys, everyone getting along. Got that stretching out happening again on the screen. Alright, Nick holding that lead nicely now. Seen some good times there, 7-0s, 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 6-8-7-1 being his best one. And Wellesley holding on to that second position there. There's about a second difference between Wellesley and Graham. Okay, someone had an off then by the look of it. It was Wellesley maybe. Yeah, I think it was. Like Wellesley came up the bank there on green. Chris there marshalling got him on back on pretty quickly. But it did drop him down a couple of positions, and that's it. I mean, it was only a couple of seconds delay from that off, but it was enough to drop him from second to fourth. But good marshalling there by Chris, got him straight back on the track pretty quick. If you could see that between the stretches in this video. You can tell my voice, I'm getting a bit stressed with it all as well. Don't like technology when I don't know what to do about it. Anyway, Nick holding that lead nicely. Antiar now got that second position. Graham not far behind him. Wells are there in fourth. Closing in slowly on Graham. Wells are there, catching up on Graham slowly there. Yep, catch up a little bit more. Will Wellesley get him? How long have we got left in this heat? We have got only 19 seconds left in the heat. I don't know whether enough time for Wellesley to get him. I don't think there will be. So I think that'll be the final positions with Nick, Anthony, Graham, Wellesley, Rick and Dave. White flag, there we go. Finish results. Nick with 42, good result there, 42.168. Anthony with 40, Graham with 40, Wellesley with 40, Rick with 40, Dave with 39. That was a close race that on that heat. It was good racing. Alright, 2 more heats to go. Do I stop the feed in between these and see if I restart everything it will get rid of this stretching out, or will I be wasting my time? If I stop the feed, will you all run away and not come back? Okay, 2 heats to go. We've got Nick, Peter, Eric, Wayne, Anthony and Saul. So here we go with the fast heat. So this will be their last heat for these guys. So where we're looking. See, now we're mousing, moving. Move, mouse, move. Okay. So race results got Nick, Andrew, Rick, Anthony R, Dave, Kevin, Wellesley, Steve, Scott, Paul, Graham. Okay. Alright, so we've got a few guys up there, but then you've got these guys that are coming through now. Oh, they're going to jump straight in there. Oh, Wellesley. Oh. How are you going to be 12th again, Wellesley? It's going to be somewhere around there. Alright, 10 seconds to go. Get into this in this heat. I've got one more after that, and that is the end of the main race, and we'll see who gets through to the semis. Alright, so who we got there? We've got Sol out in front, Eric and Anthony V. Oh, bit of a change over there with Eric and Sol. Anthony's time's a little bit slower. Wayne Pepper right up there in there with them all. So Eric there at a 6.719, Sol 6.8, Anthony pulling the 7 zeros, Wayne 7 zeros, Peter 7 ones, and Nick 7 zeros. All fast guys in this heat. So Eric up there in front at the moment, pulling a bit of a lead there on Sol, 0.4 of a second. Okay. Someone's bleeping there, it means their burger is ready. One burger at the burger van ready for someone. The food buzzer going off. So Eric holding that lead there still. 2.7 second gap between him and Sol. Both doing 6.7s, quick lap times. Anthony there with a 6.9. Wayne 7.0. Peter, so I don't know what these guys are going to go right up there towards the top after this heat, so it's really going to affect the leaderboard now. We're going to see who's going through. I know we do have one more heat after this, but these are the guys at the pointy end. Well, halfway through there, Eric there with the 21, Sol 21, Anthony 21, Wayne 21, Peter 21, Nick 20. Jesus, a close race. Okay. 1 second, just over a 1 second lead between Eric and Sol. Sol and Anthony, nothing. Oh, Anthony's just took him. No, there we go. I was just going to say there was nothing in it. They were neck by neck, and Anthony just took that lead. They love fighting for this position, and they don't need to, but they're still fighting. Top 12 will all go through. Oh, and Sol's got it back. Well done, mate. It's not like this tight battling. So we got Sol in blue, Anthony in purple. So blue is a harder lane, so that's good going on Sol for good racing. I'd definitely be preferring to be in purple lane than blue. Eric is holding nicely onto that lead, cruising the way to the finish line. Anthony V back there in second position now. Sol dropped down a fair bit of a gap now between Anthony and Sol, so looks like it's going to stay in that position now, unless something drastic happens with Anthony. We have got 48 seconds left. Pretty tight racing there. 6.7 best lap time for Eric. Quick car, always has quick cars. That is technique. That is setup, technique, and good driving. Always consistently good cars from Eric and Anthony. There we go. 42, 42, 41, 41, 40 and 39. Okay, how does that lead us on the leaderboard? So let's have a look at the race results. And there we go. Okay, let's see how that changes things. So, that's where we're going. We got... what have we got here? Nick, Andrew, Anthony, Dave... Why doesn't this look right to me? Who's in the next heat? I've got the same guys back on again. That is really strange. They've got a heat after heat. Excuse me. Hello, Mike speaking. Hello. Business and bit of a live feed. Bye. Alright, some rubbish call as usual. So this is odd. We've got a repeat. Have we got a repeat? Eric, Kane, Anthony. Okay. This is different. Okay, I suppose 31 heats. This one's got a repeat because we're in groups of 6. And the fast guys have all repeated. Okay, I did not expect that. I had not noticed that on the heat list. All right, awesome. So here we go. 16 seconds left, and we've got all the guys up there together. Eric, Kane, Anthony. Couldn't have had a faster group, could you? Really? Them all in there. So quick tire clean and back on. I like it. Yeah, alright, here we go. This is the last heat. So Sol taking the lead straight out of the line, followed by Anthony Kane, Eric Wayne and Peter. Where's the graph? Look at them, nice straight lines on that graph. Who's going to overtake first? Nice straight line, there we go. Oh, and we're still 3 laps in and there has been no change in position. Oh, then we got a few changes going through. Anthony's took... Oh no, Anthony took Sol's down. Wow, so Sol must have had an off and it's dropped him from 1st to 6th. He won't be happy with that. Won't make any difference to the end result. But Anthony there now out in front, followed by Eric, Wayne, Kane, Peter. So Eric there has been working his way up the list. Alright, so here we go. So as I said, John, we've got a repeat here with 31 races, 6 lanes, so someone had to repeat, and it looked like these guys are doing a double heat. So you'll get Anthony, Eric, Wayne, Kane, and all them are all going in now. These will all come right to the top of that leaderboard. So most of the guys in this heat are the top racers. So it's going to take them right up to the top. So, last heat of the race. Look how tight that is. There is nothing in it. Well, from 17 all the way down. Absolutely brilliant. Eric's there, took that lead now over Anthony. Anthony looked like he had a bit of an off there, actually dropped down to 4th for a second, back up to 2nd. So not a lot in it between Anthony and Kane. They're quite tight together there, half a second between them. Eric's got a bit of a lead there, 1.5 seconds on the rest of the pack. Anthony's pulling away a little bit from Kane as well there now, with almost a second between them. stretching out a little bit there now. Eric there, 6'8", Anthony 6'8", Kane 6'9", Peter 7'0", Wayne 6'9", Sol 6'9". Sol had that unfortunate incident that dropped him from first right down to 6th position just at the beginning of this heat. So it's unfortunate, from have no effect at all on the finished positions of the 12 that go through. So 1 minute 30 left on the clock. I'm going to flick over to the race results and see if we're seeing these guys starting to come through now. So there we see these guys starting to come up through now and showing on the leaderboard. Anthony V there coming up now into 6th, Saul is in 9, Kane, so they're changing, they're going to work their way further and further up. Eric there in 3rd place, Anthony V 4th, they're going to take these top spots from the guys. So these are the guys going through. So can I get 12th on there as well? Yes, I can. Okay, so we've got, these are the guys going through, and if it's going to change at all. So we've got Nick, Andrew, Eric, Anthony, Kane, Sol, Rick, Peter, Anthony R, Nick, Dave, Wayne. Wayne is now through. Wayne has got up into the 12th position, so he is through as well. So this is looking like the 12 that are going through. So I don't think that's going to change now. The order may change, but I don't think the people will change. So these are the 12 that will go through into the semi. Eric's taking the 1st position there from Nick. Still a little bit to go on the clock. So Anthony V there going into 3rd, Kane there is now in 5th, Sol in 6th, Peter in 7th. So we're working the way up. Wayne now works his way up to 8th position. So there we go, last lap to go. So there we go, we've got Eric, Anthony, Nick, Kane, Sol, Andrew, Peter, Wayne. These are the guys going through to the semis. So well done to those guys. Good racing from everyone all round. Okay, I'm going to run now and basically go and get a couple of photographs of the screens and get ready for the semis. Back with you shortly, guys.
Everyone's cars will be back there, and they're all 31 cars back there. Guys, you put out the guys in the top 12 and grab the cars and put them on the shelf. Alright guys, after 5 minutes, you cars should be getting back to scrutineering. Come on guys, let's get them in. We've got one car in there, Matt, the winner here. Alright, come on guys. Here coming. 5 cars missing. Guys, we've still got 4 cars there. Give it up. You run faster than that. Right, what we got? Alright, we've got 4 cars back behind.
5 minutes out.
Alright, let's keep it moving. Doing well. Filling stations, is anyone ready to shop?
Yeah.
All the days to the same.
And I'm looking for
Okay guys, sorry, back with you. Let's see where we're at with that one. So that was just Dave, Nick, Anthony, Rick, Wayne and Peter. So Dave took that one out there in front of the other guys, followed by Nick, Anthony, Rick, Wayne. That was the first heat of the semis. So these are the guys that are going through. So sorry, I just had a few things there that I needed to run and sort out. One of the main things we look at is nobody can take their cars that is in the race tomorrow. So anyone that is raced must leave the cars here if they're racing tomorrow. Simple reason, they leave them in parc fermé, so when they come tomorrow, they're obviously racing a different car. They get handout tyres, they get a handout motor. These tyres that are on this car, the motors that are in this car, obviously can't be transferred into tomorrow's car if we have got the control of them. So it would be an advantage to run the motors that have been run today in tomorrow's cars, and that would be an unfair advantage of anyone that is racing tomorrow that hasn't raced today. So basically, yeah, a little bit of tight control there, but it's important control. So all the cars are held in parc fermé overnight for anyone that is racing again tomorrow. If they're not racing tomorrow, by all means take the car. So yeah, we just have to do some strict checks on that to make sure we keep it all fair and above board. So all the guys are pretty good. They know the procedure. We've done the same thing every year, and so at the end of that first race there, all 31 cars or whatever stay in parc fermé. Alright, this is going to be a quick one. Some fast guys in this one. So this is the top 6 from the main race. So Anthony there taking a quick lead. I don't know how long it's going to hold it. So there we go. Anthony followed by Nick, followed by Eric. 6-8, 6-7, 6-7, 6-8, 7-0, 7-0. These are quick guys. So here we go. Anthony trying to hold on to that lead. Nothing in it between him and Nick. Absolutely nothing in it. And there Nick's just took him. So there we go. There is no gap between them. There we go. There is a bit of a gap there with Nick taking the lead. There was zero gap between those two guys at that point. So Eric now taking the second position, Anthony down to third. These guys now are fighting. They need to fight now. There is only 6 positions to fight for. So Nick there is still holding that position in first, Eric behind him, followed by Anthony, Sol, Kane and Andrew. Anthony dropping from first position down to third. Nick racing very well there. Eric chasing hard, nothing much. Someone there heard a bit of a crash there, someone had a hit, couldn't see who it was. Looked like it was Anthony B. 8 second, 9 second Anthony and Eric by the look of it. Oh yeah. So Eric has dropped down. So every lap is important at this stage. So there we go. Let's have a look at that results on the 12. So we can get the 12 on the page where we are. I'll say Nick, Sol, Eric. It's Nick, Sol, Anthony, Eric, Dave, Kane. They're the 6 currently at the top to go through to the final. That is only after 2 heats. So we've got more heats to go obviously that we've got to get through them. So it's still anyone's race. So these guys have all done 1 heat after 1 heat each of the 6. That is the leaderboard. Yeah, Nick B flying. back to the other guys now. Just a quick look at some things on my phone. So from the main race, lap record was Eric with a 6.662. So from that main race of 31 heats that we just had, the lap record was Eric with 6.662. Eric had the fastest lap in green, in orange, in red and in purple. Nick had the fastest lap in yellow and Sol had the fastest lap in blue. So that was from the main race of 31 heats. Okay, so heat 3. Straight off the line, Dave in the lead there in purple. Bit of a change over there in the bottom 3 positions, top 3 holding straight. Same position, Dave, Anthony and Wayne. Peter, Nick and Rick all fighting there for 3rd, 4th and 5th. So 6/7's best time there for Dave, good fast lap, that's good times. Starting to gain a bit of a lead on the rest of the pack there by 1 second, or close to. Anthony are chasing hard though there. Okay, Dave holding nicely onto that lead. So Dave, Anthony and Wayne both holding their positions in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Peter is gaining a little bit there quickly on Wayne. He's catching him up. There's nothing much between Wayne and Peter. Can Peter get past Wayne and get that 3rd position? No, Wayne's pulled it back a little bit. So Rick there. Now he's just taken 5th position from Nick. Peter got past Wayne as well. So just as we finished there then, Dave held his position all the way through, Anthony held his position all the way through. Fortunately Wayne lost his position to Peter, and then in 5th and 6th come Rick and Nick. I'll catch you next time. We'll see you at whatever race is next. Thanks for coming down, guys. A couple of guys there who were leading with half my stop. No, that's a pretty question. I got a bit of an issue with alarms going off. You gotta trust some of them and hope it's nothing. Anthony throwing his car on the floor, not probably a good thing to do. Missed the part firme and threw it on the floor. Alright, so we're back up with the fast guys again. Oh, me. Chatting to Wellesley before about the bearings that he had in the wrong way round in the axle mounts, and he was saying they've basically been like that since we raced. We did it over at Port Macquarie. So he raced Port Macquarie. We've done several club nights of racing here with the bearings like that, and It was today they decided to fall out, but it's half a dozen races since he took them axle mounts out and assembled them wrong. Okay, 5 seconds to go. Let's see who's first off the line. There we go. So Anthony V off the line first, but there's a hit there. I don't know who the hit is. It might have been Nick. So Eric there's took the lead from Anthony. Kane holding third. Sol holding fourth. The other guys all pretty much keeping there. Nothing much in it between Anthony and Kane. That could swap over at any time. Oh, Kane's dropped down. Sol's took into third position there. And into second. So Eric holding a good half-second lead on the rest of the pack. So we've got Eric in first position, 0.7 second lead on Sol, 1 second lead on Kane, 1.8 second lead on Anthony, 2.3 second lead on Andrew, and a 2.2 second lead on Nick. So nothing much in it between Nick and Anthony. Oh, well, that's a change there. So Nick jumping up there into 4th position, Anthony down to 5th, and Andrew down to 6th. Here another crash on the track there. What's going to change there? Sol. He's down into 6th position. Taking Eric, keeping out of trouble there in 1st position. I think he's keeping a lead on the rest of the guys and trying to keep out of trouble, keep out of everyone's way. Nick and Kane, nothing much in them there. Nick takes Kane there now, so Kane there now dropped down into 3rd. Sol working his way back up now, he's in 4th. So a heat's over, that is it. These are short heats when it's 2 minutes. So let's see where that leaves us on the leaderboard. So we've got Nick, Eric, Dave, Sol, Anthony and Kane on the leaderboard of the top 6, aiming to go through to the finals. Not a lot in it though. You've got Kane there, 33. Anthony R is also on 33, not much in it. Andrew very close behind them with 32. Same with Peter. It'd still be anybody's race at this stage. Yeah, that 6th position is very, very tight for who's going to get it. The other guys are starting to pull away a little bit. So that 6th position is going to be the one they're fighting for. Yeah, 5th and 6th position. It's going to be a battle. This is what we like. Alright, so here we go. Heat 5 of 12. We're getting through these pretty quick. 2 minute heats to go through quite quickly on the semis. This is the one that the guys are asking, can we extend from 2 minutes next year? So I'm not going to change the race format this year, as I've told the guys, but next year, yeah, possibly increase this one a little bit. A crash here in this semis is disastrous. You can't pull that back. When you've got a 5 minute heat and you come off, you've got time to sort of pull it back. When it's 2 minutes, it's a lot more difficult. Well, that's where you just got to be that bit more cautious and drive a bit more careful. Alright, so here we go. Who's first off the line and out there? Yep, someone's off right at the beginning there, unfortunately. Ooh. Looked like Wayne had a hit right out of the gate. So Dave there leading the way in 6.8. It's a good chance there. Dave's going to be one of the guys that gets into that top 6. He's got some good times going through. 1 second lead on the rest of the pack. Peter and Anthony pretty close there. Anthony chasing down Peter right on his tail. And Anthony's down a bit, must have had an off there, so that's took a little bit of the pressure off Peter, which is good. Always nice when that pressure goes off you when someone's been right on your tail. Okay, so Dave holding his lead nicely, 1.7 second gap on the rest of the group. Nick there coming up into third. There's not a lot in it between third, fourth and fifth. There's not a lot in it at all. Wayne P must have had a few issues there because he's definitely lost a few laps. Dave keeping a nice gap there now, 2.3 second gap between him and the rest of the pack. Peter looking fairly comfortable there in second place with a 2.2 second gap between him and third. And Nick's got a second gap from Anthony, so I think that's pretty much it. I think them positions will stay. There we go. Some good times coming there from Dave. 6.747. Good racing, Dave. Alright, so here we go again. This is the top 6 finishers. Long days. Top 6 finishers from the first race in the semis. Battling 12 racers battling for a chance to get into the finals. Top 6 out of these 12. Half through, half out. Doesn't need much when it's quite tight racing this to suddenly just miss out. You know, you get knocked off, and depending on the position of where you get knocked off, you can lose a lap quite quickly. Right, we haven't started the race yet and we've got crashes. So get them down to the start line, guys, and there we go. Okay, here we go. Who's first out the gate? Anthony's first out of the gate there, followed by Kane. Really tight, no gap between him and Kane. There we go. Quick change over there though. Eric now taking that lead. Nick, followed by Anthony, Sol, Kane and Andrew. Andrew coming a little bit down there on lap times, must have had an off there. Ooh, I can hear another crash. Don't see who it was, but someone's off. Looks like it's a gutter lane. So Andrew again, I think. That's not going to help him. Okay, so Eric holding that lead nicely now with an 8.8 second gap. Anthony not far behind him. Sol there just taking up into second. very little in it between Sol and Anthony. Yeah, Sol and Anthony there. Anthony's right on Sol's tail. There's 0.2 of a second gap between them. Sol doing slightly quicker lap time. So keeping that, keeping his distance from Anthony by the look of it. Eric out in front by 1.5 seconds. Keeping clear of the trouble, I think. Okay, and trying to work his way back up there. 4th position. So Eric holding on nicely to that 1st position. 16 laps, Sol keeping that position as 2nd at 16. Anthony, Kane, Nick, and Andrew. So where does that leave us in the race results? Okay. So currently going through would be Eric, Dave, Sol, Nick, Anthony, V, and Kane. Sorry? You've retired? Okay. So just had a shout up there from Andrew Ellie as we could see we were having problems in that last heat, and he has got a problem with his braid, so he's had to pull his car. He pretty much knows there's no point in trying to fix that. And he's not, the heat is way too tight to be able to fix that and keep within that top 6 position. So Andrew has unfortunately retired from the heat. So still fighting there for those top 6 positions. The guys there. So not a great deal in it though between 6 and 7. So can Anthony come through? Anthony R come through and push Kane out of 6th to get a spot in the finals. 30 seconds to go. Okay, Anthony R, Nick, Rick, Dave, Wayne and Peter. Alright guys, here we go again. Who's off the line first? Dave's off the line first again. So Dave there getting a bit of a lead on the rest of the pack. So see if we can keep out of trouble. Anthony R looks like he just dropped down there and Wayne Pepper came up. So Dave now almost got in a second lead on the rest of the pack. Not a great deal between Wayne and Nick. 0.3 of a second there. Wayne Lee starting to gain on Nick there. He's catching him up. It's very close together. Then Wayne taking for the second position. Dave holding on nicely there with a 1.5 second lead. Nick's pulled a little bit back on Wayne. So quite tight racing. Fortunately Anthony R there's dropped down a little bit and Wayne is off. Oh, Wayne's dropped down. There was the pressure of racing neck and neck with Nick there that caused an issue. Dave comfortably holding that first position there, doing some nice racing. 2.5 second lead on the rest of the pack. Good time, 6.77. Best lap time there from Dave. Nick also there at 6.89. So everyone there, best laps in the 6s. Good racing. Alright, so Dave taking that one nicely there. See how the guys go in this next heat. See if it changes things and change things on the position. Here we go. So heat 8 of 12, we're flying through the heats with only being 2-minute heats. You can't make mistakes in these 2-minute heats. It really affects where you're at. The guys have requested that maybe next year we'll look at increasing the semis from 2 minutes. We've been running the same format since we started the Revo Championships, and that is 5-minute heats for the main race, 2 minutes for the semis, and 5 minutes again for the final. And the guys are, a couple of the guys have requested we increase the semis a little bit. Alright.
Oh, man.
Where's my water? So we are getting through the day. Long day of racing. We've been streaming now for 6 hours. We've got a good hour or so to go, I think, yeah. So here we go, 10 seconds to start the race. See who's first off the line with these guys. So unfortunately Andrew has retired from the racing due to braid issues. Straight off the line, Nick there in front. Okay, Sol taking that lead, Eric is behind him. Nothing there between the guys, very tight. Sol trying to hold on to his lead, not much in it. Eric's coming up, catching up with Sol quite quickly there. Not a lot in it. Nick trying to hold on to his lead. So only 0.2 of a second between the guys. A little bit of a drop there with everyone dropped down a little bit there from the front guys. So giving Nick and Sol a little bit more of a lead on the rest of the team. So Nick holding on to that gap of 0.25 of a second on Sol. Anthony V there taking Eric. Kane still doing good times there at 6.9. Is it going to be enough to keep in the top 6? We've got Dave from the other heat doing some real good times. All very fast guys in these 12 races. Andrew retiring from this race is definitely helping make that chance of a spot there in the top 6. So there we go, Nick, Sol, Anthony, Eric. A little bit lower for Eric on this one. Let's see where that leads us on the race results. So Dave right up there. Absolute brilliant racing there from Dave. So yep, Kane is still holding on to that 6th position. So no real change there. Dave, Sol, Eric, Nick, Anthony and Kane. So not quite a lot on Anthony R. So he's the one that Kane will be watching. So he's pretty safe from some of the other guys, but Anthony R is quite tight on his tail. Just looking at the best lap time, Anthony R is actually doing a better best lap than Kane is. Kane with a 6.937, Anthony R with a 6.893. So Anthony R's lap times can be quicker, but Kane is a little bit more consistent, and this is going to be key now. He's got to keep that consistency. Both Kane and Anthony have got to race well, because I think they are the ones fighting for that 6th position. Both these guys are racers here, and both actually flexi guy racers, not 132 racers. So Kane in 6th there and Anthony R in 7th are local racers, but they're actually flexi racers, not 132 guys. They just came in to do this race because of the event. So pretty good racing to say they don't normally do race the 132 stuff. So here we go again. Dave out there in front on the leaderboard at the moment. Let's see who's off the line quickest. I think Dave's been dominating these heats all the way through, and looks like it could be again. A bit of a crash there I heard in the corner. Not quite sure who it is at this stage. That could have been Anthony R. He's dropped right down. He didn't need that. He needed to do some good lap times and keep consistent if he wanted to take that 6th position from Kane. Dave out there in front, confident. Unless something silly happens, Dave's got this in the bag. Only a couple more heats left each. Wayne there chasing nicely there over Peter. So a half second lap there between them. Pretty tight racing. Anthony R not having the best of one of his races, and he needed a good race. He needed a good clean race to try and get that 6th position from Kane. That is really not going to help, and he's probably just pushing that bit hard, knowing he needed to push to just tip in front of Kane to get through to the finals. Dave sitting out there nice and comfortable. 0.8 of the lap, 0.7.8 of the lap gap between him and Peter. The other guys, little thing, Nick there and Rick very close together. Nothing in them. So yeah, Nick and Rick again, right next to each other, and there's a change. Nick took Rick there at that one. So Nick now leading just slightly over Rick, pulling away a little bit, lengthening that gap between him and Rick. Dave comfortable up there, 0.8, 0.9 of a second gap between him and Peter. So there we've got it, and that's the end of that heat. So we've got Dave smashing it out there in front, doing absolutely brilliant. Peter was right on his tail all the way through that one, but not a great deal in it. 16.9, 16.8, 16.6, 16.5. How close a race is that? And that's the whole reason for the control in these events. Controlled motors, controlled tyres. Once you lose that control, that gap gets too big and people are getting locked, and it starts to disappoint some of the racers. So here we go again. So Kane needs a nice clean heat here again to try and keep into that top 6. Anthony R will have took a little bit of pressure off him from dropping down in that one last heat. Weren't a great heat for Anthony R. Getting there, cleaning them tyres. All doing the same, taking a minute, last minute. Okay, 5 seconds to go. What's going on? Where's Kane? What's he doing? Kane's late on the start. Got a bit of a yellow flag there, which would have probably helped Kane a little bit, but I don't know what happened with his car. It didn't even set off. Okay, so Anthony took a nice lead there, followed by Saul, Eric and Kane and Nick. So Nick must have had an off or something at that point, because Kane was definitely behind him at the start. So Anthony out there in front, a bit of a lead there on Eric. Oh, where's Eric just gone? Eric, yep, okay. That was a bit of a... Okay, so Anthony holding on to that lead, just a second in front of Eric and Saul, so he's got a bit of a lead on those guys. Eric coming through, starting to reduce that gap on Anthony. So 0.8 of a second gap between Anthony and Eric. 0.4 of a gap between Eric and Saul. So Andrew unfortunately retired, as we said, due to braid issues, which definitely was a possibility that Andrew was going to be going through as well. So that's definitely made it a little bit easier for the guys. And Anthony holding on to his lead here nicely. So almost a second between him and Eric, so good racing there for the blue line. Kane there in 4th position. Reasonable lap times, average 7.0, should be enough to keep him into that 6th position, due to Anthony R's last race being one of the slower heats out of all the ones he's done here in the semis. So there we go. Anthony there keeping that lead from start to finish. Pretty much kept the same description all the way through there. There's one changeover at the beginning between Eric and Saul, but that was about it. Alright, so where does that leave us on the leaderboard? So Eric has got the position from Dave. His pole position there is from Dave. There's nothing in 85.9, 85.9, 85.6, 85.4, 85.3. Look at them top 5 positions, how tight they are. Kane there stretching it out a little bit more now from Anthony R with an 83.9. So 2 heats to go. So 2 heats to go, 1 heat each. So Anthony R or Peter is also up there pretty tight. So Anthony R and Peter need to do really good heats now, and Kane needs to do a pretty bad heat to swap that position. The other guys, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, are looking fairly safe. It's that 6th position that is up for grabs. And believe me, I'm sure all the guys know it. So they are fighting for that 6th position. Some of the other guys need to just keep it clean, and they're fine. In this race, Peter and Anthony R need to pull something out of the hat, and get a good racing on the good heat on this one, get some good lap times, and that will put the pressure on Kane for the final heat. And looking at those race results, it's position 6 that is up for grabs. Here we go, guys. Who's going to be first off the line? Is Dave going to keep that lead all the way through like he has been doing? Clean start. Yep, Dave out in front again. Wayne right on him. Ooh, that is Wayne down. Nick taking that second position. Anthony are racing nicely in third. Can Anthony are do enough to get him up there into the 6th position? And going up into second, he's racing well. Is it going to be enough? Seven ones, don't know whether that's going to be enough to pull past Kane, but anything can happen. Kane can come off in this next one. Peter down there, 7 ones. That's 6th position up to grabs. It's basically between Anthony R, Peter W and Kane. And at this point, Anthony R has got it over Peter, but Peter's working his way up with some good lap times there. 7.048. He needs to get in front. So right neck and neck now with Anthony and Peter. So Peter needs to get in front of Anthony and get a little bit more on him. He needs a little bit more, and he will be above him on the leaderboard. And then it's all up to what Kane does in the next heat. So starting to pull away a little bit there, Peter. So Peter's there, going well. So he got half a second lap there on him. So Peter's got that one there. So where does that take it on the leaderboard? Okay, so where have we got? So we have got... Where's Peter? Anthony R. Peter, yes, so Peter has took Anthony. So Peter now is the one fighting for position against Kane. So this all comes down to how Kane's race is in this next heat. So anything can happen with the other guys, don't get me wrong, but it was that 6th position that was really tight between Kane, Peter W and Anthony R. Peter W has took Anthony R in that and taken a lead over him, so that was a great move there from Peter. But is it going to be enough? It all depends how Kane does in this next one. So the last heat, heat 12 of the semis, to see who goes through. Can Kane keep it clean and keep ahead, or will Peter take that position? Dave is pretty much safe, unless for Dave is safe. He's done what he needs to do. So I think Dave will be smiling. He's happy. He is through. Nothing much can take that away from him now. The other guys, anything could still happen, but unless something drastic happens, it's mainly that 6th position that the guys are fighting for, because Eric Saul, Anthony V are going to come through. And so Nick Kane, it's Kane there with 83. Is whether he can come through after this heat to take that 6th position. Okay, last one. Let's go, guys. Andrew unfortunately is out due to braid issues. Knowing that taking a repair in the green would never have brought him back through to get enough to get into the finals. So Anthony V out there in front. Kane running nicely in second with a 6.9. So Eric, so Kane dropping down, but that's fine as long as he doesn't lose too many laps. Just keep it clean is all he needs to do. So Anthony holding out there in front. 1.2 second gap over Eric. Eric closing in on Anthony, could take them at any point now. Yep, and he does. Eric took Anthony there for the first position. Anthony's got a little bit there on Sol, so those positions are holding pretty steady. Okay, Anthony's right behind Eric. You could take it back at any point. They are neck and neck. Kane holding on to that position there. 7.0s, 6.9s. Good times, should be enough to take him through into the finals. We have not got long left. We have got 30 seconds left. 30 seconds, 25 seconds, we're down. Eric's there still holding that lead. Anthony in second, Sol in third, Kane there in fourth, Nick in fifth. But looking at, let's have a look, we've not got much left now. Let's go to these final results. Who's coming through? So we've got Dave, Eric, Sol, Anthony V, Nick V and Kane. They look like the ones that are going through. I don't think that's going to change. It looks like they are going to be the top 6, and it is. All the top 6 are in the hundreds. So you have to make 100 to get through by the look of it. Well done, guys. So that is our top 6. Eric, Sol, Anthony V, Dave, Nick and Kane. Awesome racing. I'll be back.
Alright, so all the cars over to the platform, top 6 in the top section if we can again. Separate them out. 2 minutes left, guys. Back to Scrutineering with the money's off, guys. 30 seconds.
Your fucking striations, mate. You realise you're striating?
That's it. Get in, guys. All right, who are we waiting on? There he is.
Get your butt up in here, mate.
Yeah, it's just going to pack it all up.
We've got the group C coming up.
So here we go to the finals. Let's change this over to the live race. And so here is what we've got. And another crash. There's a couple of crashes. What's going on? What did they do to the cars? Alright, so these guys now fighting for a podium position. So the guys have worked hard to get here and get into the finals. Kane taking the lead there. So we've got Kane there, followed by Anthony, Nick, Sol, Dave and Eric. Eric down, that's not like Eric to be down there. So Kane got a fair lead there at the front there, 0.7, 0.8 of a second gap on Anthony. A little bit spread out in that field. Eric struggling a little bit there on green compared to what he has been doing, but he's got fast lap times, 6.7. So averaging lap times is good, so he's going to start coming through the field. We've got 5-minute heats here, so yeah, we've got 5-minute heats here, so there's a good chance Eric can pull his way through towards the front. Looks like Anthony's closing that gap on Kane. A 0.3 second gap now there Anthony's lap time 6.7, Kane 6.8, so Anthony is closing that gap on Kane, and that's for sure. So it's going to be a tight race this all the way through. Eric still, we got a runner. Not sure who that was. Who was that? Is that Dave? No. It's Kane. Kane dropped right down. So Kane looked like he jumped lanes and dropped down, taking him down to 4th position. So look what I've got here. My wife struggling up the ladder. She doesn't like heights. Can you see this? Look at this. I've been brought my dinner. Are you saying hello? Come and say hello. Just give a wave at the camera. So this is wife Amanda. She's been keeping everyone fed all weekend with the burgers. So she doesn't like the camera, so she's running fast. Yeah, alright, so Nick's took the lead in this one, followed by Anthony, Saul, Kane, Eric and Dave. So these guys racing now for podium positions. So 1 minute 50 seconds left. Nick now taking that lead. But it's very tight up at the top. Kane unfortunately dropped off, was holding that lead for a while. It, came off and unfortunately dropped down a little bit, but still nothing in it. But Nick now taking a nice lead. Excuse me while we eat, while we talk again. See, she brought me some nice food. Chicken, like a chicken curry I think I'm eating. So Nick now got a nice gap of 1 second on Anthony. So below there. So Anthony now just took the lead over Saul. So Anthony now in podium position on in this heat. Pole position, shall I say? So this now is a fight for podium positions. The final of this RevoSlot GT2 race that we have, which is our Saturday event. So the second day of 3 days of racing. We had a full day of racing yesterday with the Group 2s. Today has been the GT2s and tomorrow will be the GT1s. Not as close to it as it can be. So there we go, Anthony takes that one by Nick, Saul, Eric, Kane and then Dave. So there we go. What am I hearing? Yeah? What happened?
He rolled on a yellow.
And that's what dropped him down. Right, okay, so you got it to minimum lap, yep. So we need to do an adjustment there, and this is why Eric went down to the bottom. There was a track call and the car rolled on, and with the length of the roll on it actually caused a breakout, and that is not Eric's fault. So it actually, the length he rolled on, it caused a breakout and taking Eric losing a lap. So we've had to put Eric's lap back in the system. So good goal for the guys. Everyone agreed there on the in the race that had what had happened. So Eric now, which makes a little bit more sense because I couldn't see any crash and I couldn't figure out why Eric was the bottom of the heat. So yeah, honesty there with all the racers, which is nice to see. Give Eric his lap back, which takes Eric into second position. Okay, so here we go with heat 2. That's nice. When you got honesty like that, no one arguing, from what I can see anyway. You know, Anthony straight up there, saying let's get this back in the system straight away now, so we can see where we're at on the leaderboard. So Dave out there in front, followed by Sol, Nick, Anthony, Kane and Eric. Big hit somewhere. Big hit there. So definitely track car, looks like half the cars are all off now. Okay, we're back up and running. How does that change things?
I didn't come off, that's the thing, I didn't come off in the fight, the wrong way. Every time I do it, because I'm using it.
And again. These guys are pushing hard now. Everything is on the line. They want these positions. They want that first place. Dave is racing so well. It's just such a good race from Dave. I remember, I don't think Dave made the finals in any of the races last year, but he's right up there with the best of them this year for certain. Anthony V dropped down there. Eric taking the lead in the heat and also possibly in the race. Pardon me eating, guys, but it's a long day. Just get it in, a bit of food in me when I can. So Sol there on front. Not a lot between Sol and Eric. Very little in it. They're neck and neck as they go around. Nothing in it at all with those two guys. And Dave following the Nick, Kane and Anthony. So Eric and Sol neck and neck. You see them there as they come down the straight. Oh, just nothing in it. Looks like Sol's pulled away a little bit there from Eric. Absolutely brilliant. What good racing. Soul holding that lead nicely on Eric now. Pulled away a little bit. 0.2, 0.3 second lead on him. Dave following nicely. Nick, Kane and Anthony a little bit behind in this one. That's going to hurt. That's going to take some pulling back. We've got 1 minute left in this heat. Soul there, pulling away nicely. 0.7 a lead gap there. We're just coming to the end now, final seconds of this heat. Ten seconds left of the heat. Soul hitting the 42, Dave, Eric hitting the 42s. Okay. So where does that lead us on the race results on the leaderboard? Leaderboard. Soul 86.5, Eric 86.4. Nothing in between those two. Nick at 85, Anthony 85, Dave at 85, Kane 84. Still anyone's race at this point. That's only 2 heats in. And look at those lap times: 6.7, 6.7, 6.7, 6.7, 6.7, 6.8. How about that for the best lap times? Look at them, all in the 6.7s. Kane there with the 6.8. It's awesome. Brilliant, absolute brilliant racing. Alright. So what have we got in this one? We've got Nick. We've got Nick on green. So what are we running? What are we running? Let's mark these guys up a little bit easier. Let me find them quicker. So we've got Nick from South Australia. He's running a Marcos. We've got Dave from Victoria running a Marcos. We've got Kane from here at SLotz, and he is running a Lister. Anthony V from here from SLotz as well, and he is running a Supra. Can't find him on my list, but I know he's running a Supra. And there he is. Eric from New South Wales from the slot shop. He's running a Viper. And then we've got Soul, who's running a Marcos. So a little bit of a mix out there. So we've got Marcos, a Viper, another Marcos, a Lister. So mainly Marcos. 1, 2, 3, 4 Marcoses, a Supra and a Lister. Is that right? Looks like it. No, I've got 2 Supras. Sorry, 2 Supras, 1 Lister, and the other's a Marcos. Soul there taking the lead here in blue, which is great in blue lane. Got a lead there over Anthony V of 0.16. Not much of a gap there. Eric chasing hard, starting to gain on Anthony. Dave gaining on Eric. Nothing in it. Look at Eric and Dave, they're neck and neck as they go round. They're still neck and neck. Dave in orange, Eric, and Dave's took over from Eric. So Eric now dropped down into 4th and Dave there in orange in 3rd. Angon jumped up again into 2nd. Great racing there by Dave. He is really pushing and flying. So Soul there got a, and Dave catching up on Soul by the look of it. There's nothing in it, he's catching him up. Is he going to get into 40? Yep, so Dave there takes pole position from Soul. Some great racing by Dave. He is racing awesome this weekend. So Soul there now in 2nd, Anthony in 3rd, Eric in 4th. So Eric looking like he's gaining on Anthony a little bit there, so that could take that. So yeah, nothing much there between Anthony and Eric. Eric is gaining on Anthony. And Eric's took him, so that's Eric now into 3rd. So Dave holding on to that lead nicely there. Soul in 2nd, Eric 3rd, Anthony 4th, Kane 5th, and Nick in 5th in this heat. So this is the heat results of this heat only. One of the guys said to me before, I'm so glad I'm not through to the finals. These guys are way too fast for me. So, he didn't quite make it. He did the semis, and he said he's quite happy not to be through to the finals. He said these guys are just a league ahead, and they are racing well. Look at these times: 6.7, 6.7, 6.7, 6.7, 6.8, and 6.8. Nope, runner. What's this going to happen? Who's off? Someone has jumped a line. Who is that? Kane, I think. I think it was Kane. Yeah, looks like it. So Soul still holding that first position there. He's took from Dave, so Dave has dropped down into 2nd. So maybe something happened there. Maybe Kane jumped into Dave's lane and slowed him slightly. So Dave's got it back. And Dave's got it back. Okay guys, 6 hours into this live stream at the RevoSlot Championships. So look at this, look at the issues we've had on cars. There's been nothing as far as the quality of the cars goes. The issues we have braids, that is not a manufacturing fault, and nothing else, you know what I mean. These RevoSlot cars just go and go and go. And look at the consistency in the racing, how close the racing is, and this is RevoSlot all over. You know, we've got motors and tyres there that are hand out. Look at the quality of the racing, so nice and tight. Hats off to the guys at Revo. They've really got these cars nice. Metal chassis for those of you who have never tried a Revo. Absolute awesome cars. Okay, so heat over. Dave took that one. Where does that lead us on the leaderboard? So Soul out there on 130, Eric on 130, Dave on 129, Anthony 128.9. There is nothing between Anthony and Dave. Look at them two. There is nothing there. Followed by Nick and then Kane. So 130.4, 130.3. So first and second as tight as can be. Look how tight that is for first and second between Soul and Eric. That is so tight. And then you look at Dave and Anthony, how close those two are as well. It's tight racing. It is tight racing, simple as that. And this is what we like. There's nothing better than real tight racing that can go anyway. One mistake, you're down the list. Someone else has taken your spot. Simple as that. Oh, here we go. What have we got on this one? So Dave is now in green. Anthony in orange. Nick red, Soul, yellow, Kane, and Eric in blue. So there we go again. So we have got Dave from Victoria in green, running a Marcos. Anthony from here at SLotz in orange, running a Supra. Nick from South Australia in red lane, running a Marcos. You've got Sol from South Australia, also running a Marcos. Kane from here at SLotz, running the Vista. And Eric from Sydney. And Eric there is running a Supra, I think. Where's he gone? I've lost him again. No, Viper. Eric running the Viper, sorry, my mistake, in blue. You're right, this is ridiculous how close it is. This is absolute brilliant racing. I'm loving every minute of it. I feel privileged to be able to just sit here and commentate this race, I really do. So we've got Sol there taking the lead in this one. Around about 1.2 second gap between him and Anthony Kane in third on this one. Now Dave's just took Kane, so Dave's working his way up. Eric there, nothing between Eric and Kane. I think Eric could take Kane at any time now. Eric, Kane and Dave, there's nothing in them. Look at the three of them neck by neck. Okay, so what have we got there? So we got Kane. Kane hasn't it? Kane's dropped down. It looks like Kane came off. The three of them were neck by neck. Someone was going to come off, it was guaranteed. Sol there holding that position, taking a bit of a lead there with a gap there of about 0.6 seconds on Anthony. Eric following behind, about 0.3 of a second between Anthony and Eric. Eric's dropped down and Dave's took that position. So we've got Sol, Anthony, Dave, Nick, Eric and then Kane. So Anthony still holding there in second position. Sol with a nice gap of about 0.6. Dave is catching up to Anthony. He's definitely catching him. There is about 0.3 of a second difference between Anthony and Dave. Nick is pushing on Dave. He's right up there. Dave and Nick are close neck by neck because they're coming round. This is close race. Is Nick going to get Dave? It is so close. Dave's lap time just slightly better. We're going to be pulling a little bit away from Nick. He's gaining a little bit on him. But very tight indeed. Sol out there in front. Half a second. Anthony. 0.7 behind Sol. A little bit of a gap there. Dave and Nick very, very tight still. Dave's starting to gain a little bit on Anthony as well. And that's it, Dave's there, he's got him. So there we go, Dave takes second position, Anthony down into third. Nick is right on Anthony's tail, right on his tail. We've got Dave there in second, Anthony in third, Nick in fourth. So Anthony right on Dave's tail again now. This could swap over at any point. Them two are neck and neck. Anthony and Dave are neck and neck as they come round. Who's going to take it? Yeah, Dave's holding it. He's holding it. Lap times, slightly better lap times from Dave, but not much in it. And Nick coming up there as well. Nick's right in there with Anthony. Look at these three guys. Oh, what we got? We got a change. Yep. Nick has took Anthony, and now Nick and Dave. Look at that, nothing in it, neck and neck again. Is Nick going to take Dave? Is Nick going to take Dave? Oh, they're right in it. Oh, yes he has. Yes he has. So Dave now has took second position. Soul is pretty safe out there in front with almost a second gap between them. But Nick and Dave neck by neck. Anthony only just behind them. So we've got some guys online watching this. We've got Arlo, 8-year-old, really loving getting into this racing as well. So there's our future of slot car racing. We've got an 8-year-old there. So Arlo, get in there and keep that racing going, yeah, and this is your future. You'll be in these events before you know it. So Soul there holding that first position, Nick in second, Dave in third. Anthony's took the third position. This has been bouncing around. Look at that graph below. Can you see that graph below? It's just been swapping back and forward with the guys. There's only Soul there that's kept out there in front all the way. The other guys have been swapping position continually. So Soul there out in first. Nick's took a bit of a lead there over the other guys there for second place. Third and fourth still neck and neck with Anthony and Dave. Whichever one's going to get through that final line first is unknown. It is tight. That was one awesome heat. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, where does that give us on the leaderboard? I'm loving this. This is great. This is why we've got a slot car centre. The whole reason. Alright, so Soul 174, sitting pretty up there at the top. Eric 172, Dave 172, Anthony 172. Look at this. You gotta tell me, how close is this? There is nothing in it. Sounds stupid, I actually get quite emotional with shit like this when it's as good as this. This is the whole reason why I started this slot car centre, for this exactly. This is brilliant. Okay. Pull this all together. Right, so here we go. What we're going into, so heat 5 of 6. We are getting right up there. So we have got Anthony in green, Soul in orange, Dave in red, Eric in yellow, Nick in purple and Kane in blue. Absolutely awesome. Okay guys. This is yeah, this is brilliant. And this is why I do it. It's the most shit-paying job I've probably had since about 18, but I absolutely love it. So here we go. Heat 5 of 6. Someone's bleeping my phone. You going? Alright, catch you later. My wife heading off home. She's had enough. She's absolutely worked her guts out this weekend, feeding all these guys and keeping everyone happy. Alright, so we got Soul there taking an early lead. Nothing in it between him and Eric though, and Anthony V. That's all pretty tight at the front there. So no, Dave coming through again. Eric got that lead there. Nothing between him and Soul there. There is nothing there. And Soul and Dave, oh, with a couple of crashes there, I can hear them. I'm not sure who it is at this stage. Okay, here we go. And what does that change? That's going to change something. It has changed something. Anthony's up there at the front. Dave behind him, Soul, Kane, Eric and Nick. So Anthony keeping that lead, half a second there, followed by Eric, Dave, Soul and Nick. This is good. John's asking there, didn't Dave think he was unlikely to do well. I don't think Dave was thinking he was going to do as good as he is. He seems genuinely surprised when you talk to him. He's just got it worked out. You know, I think he didn't have his tyres worked out properly last year, and this year he has. And he's loving it. And good on him. He's doing absolutely brilliant. So yeah, I think he's going to go away one happy person, that's for sure, and why not? So Anthony holding on to that lead there now at the moment, so this is going to do him good on the leaderboard. I don't know what happened there with the crashing, but Anthony definitely came out best out of it. So he's got a 0.7 of a second lead there on Eric. The other guys are a couple of seconds behind. So that's a nice lead that Anthony and Eric have got there on the rest of the pack. Looks like there's a bit of an incident there, and maybe Anthony and Eric escaped and got through it. So Eric, I just heard an announcement there on the system. Eric Ho, new race leader, so he's going to be right up there at the top. That will swap and change as they go through the line, but it will mean that he's up there in first or second on the leaderboard for certain. So let's have a look at these lap times. 6.681 by Eric. He is pushing it through. 6.8 from Anthony, 6.6 Eric, 6.7, 6.7, 6.8, 6.9. It's just ridiculous. These Revos are absolutely awesome. They are just coming on as the day goes on. And this is why they cannot use these motors tomorrow. This is why they are held here overnight, and they are not given their cars back until the new cars are set up for tomorrow are put in part firmware. Strict maybe, but worth it for good racing like this. So Anthony holding on to that lead, half a second above Eric. Another second behind Eric is Dave, and then there's a bit of a gap there then to the other guys, a lap or so behind. So Sol, Kane and Nick have dropped a lap on the rest of the others. So Blair, yeah, it would be great to see you next year. Get yourself down here, you know. And guys that even don't want to race, just want to come down and spectate, come down. What a brilliant weekend, you know. There's no cost to come in and just watch the racing. So you guys, you know, if you don't feel you want to race but you love the slot cars, get down here and enjoy the atmosphere. For God's sake, it's absolutely brilliant. So Anthony there up in front. Eric, ooh, a couple of hits there I'm hearing on the track. I'm hearing some hits on the track there. There's definitely a bit of a change there. So we got Anthony and Eric are neck and neck. There is no gap between them. And Anthony's took it. This is brilliant. Nothing in it between Eric and Anthony. They are just neck and neck going past that line. This is photo finish stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous. Dave there right behind them. And Dave's up. I don't know how he did that, but he's done it. Dave is up there. Well done. And now back to where... Oh, you've got to be kidding, mate. This is ridiculous. That is some awesome racing. That is just absolutely awesome racing. That's... brilliant. Alright. Eric, Sol, Dave. Eric's... Ooh, there's nothing in it. Look at it. 100th of a second, what? A tenth of a second, sorry, between first and second. 2/10 between second and third. 1/10 again between third and fourth. It's in those four guys. That can be anyone's. I don't think Kane and Nick can pull enough now unless something major happens to the other four guys. Unfortunately, Kane and Nick are not going to pull through. We've got one more heat. This is just stupid. I'm sorry, this is brilliant. Alright, here we go into the final heat. Let's see what we've got. Oh, this is crazy. Alright, so we've got Soul in green, Eric in orange, Anthony in red, Dave is running purple. Yes, I said those 4 guys first because that's where this race is going to be. We got Kane and Nick. Something major's got to happen to get them onto that podium with the other guys. It is just nothing in it between Saul, Eric, Anthony and Dave. Look, Kane and Nick, they're only a lap or 2 behind themselves, but the 4th there is that. Come on, what we're going. Eric, don't worry about standing that up. Get back to your race position. He's standing the sign up in October. Good luck, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Straight off the line. What's Eric do then? What did Eric do? Looked like he's picking his controller up or something. Alright, Anthony out in front there. Nothing in between Anthony and Dave. Eric working his way up. Eric working his way up. Where's Saul gone? Come on, mate, where are you? Okay, Anthony holding that lead. Just this is 5-minute heats. It can change so easily. Yes, sorry, John the SLotz. Getting a bit overexcited. But there is nothing in it. So Dave there now taking that lead. He's got a gap there of around about 2 seconds on Anthony, which is a good gap from Dave. Anthony up there. Nothing much between Anthony and Kane. Eric there. We've got 1.2 seconds. We're about a second behind Anthony. There's nothing in it. Soul there, a little bit lower down. He had a little bit up his sleeve. This is anyone's. This is really anyone's. I'm not going to the leaderboard just yet. I will go over there as we get right to the final point. But at this stage, I'm keeping it here. So someone's shouting track call, someone's a bank. Oh, that is not good. Who is that? Whose is that? That was Kane. It was Kane. Kane on, yeah. I think. If Kane had been up there with a little bit more of a chance, I think he'd been very unhappy about that one. Very slow marshalling. Okay, so Dave keeping that lead there. With a gap on there on Anthony and Eric. So a little bit more spread out in this one. 2, 4, 6, 9. There's definitely a bit more spread out in this heat, certain. Dave is right up there. He's 6.68. I don't think it's track record. I'm pretty sure Eric did a 6.66. But this is absolutely unbelievable. We're getting to the pointy end now. There's nothing left. What have we got left in the race? We have got 2 minutes left in this heat. 2 minutes left in the finals of our Saturday event here for the RevoSlot Championships here at SLotz. Thank you again to Revo for allowing us to keep putting this event on year after year, and yes, we have got it next year. It's going to be hopefully as good as this has been. Dave right out there now, getting more and more of a lead on the rest of the pack there. 3.2 lead on them. And this is absolutely great racing. Okay, how long we got? We have got 1 minute. Do we go to the leaderboard? Let's see where we're at. Eric is up there on the leaderboard. No, Dave and Eric are fighting for podium position. Oh shit, and Eric. This is a Dave, Eric, Anthony. Look, it's Soul is up there now. This is ridiculous. These four guys have got nothing in it. Who is going to get first, second or third? I've got no idea. This is swapping around too much. It's too much to say. Whoever gets fourth position, I feel so sorry for them because it is going to be ridiculously close. Any of the positions really, you know, you've got Dave is pushing hard and he's keeping that little bit of a gap. 30 seconds left, Dave, and he keeps that podium position, but Eric is right behind him. Saul and Anthony, oh my, I don't know how to even commentate on this. This is ridiculous. 15 seconds left. Dave, Eric, Anthony, Saul. Who knows? I think Dave's got the podium position. Anyone else's is left. 5 seconds. Dave's got that first position. He's got it. Who's got second and third? I do not know. Is it Eric and Anthony? Is that the final? Is it going to change as they go through? No, that is it. Dave, Eric and Anthony. So you missed out. So that is ridiculous. Thank you guys. Thank you all so much. That is absolutely ridiculous. I'm just going to go down and see these guys.
Guys, is why we love these events. Sorry. Okay.
Wine's probably coming out of the pool. Whatever, we'll break it.
Alright guys, I'm just going to try and get this camera online so I can do the presentation to these guys. This is ridiculous. Okay, so let's have a look if I can get this back online, hopefully. Second guys, let me get it up there. Alright. Let me stretch this out a bit. Okay. Alright, we got the camera up. I'm going to ask Kane or something to take over the camera for me, so I can do the presentations to these guys. So, Kane, if you wouldn't mind, we are live on there.
Fingers out of the way.
Alright guys, let's get some cards on these podiums.
Can you take
Yeah, okay.
photo?
Three photos?
Let's get them to we'll give them a tray from that and then just tell them why something with this camera.
Camera's this side, guys.
Yeah, we've got to put solid cheek that roof.
Nah, fifth. Z4 Battle of the Year.
Good looking car. You got another one in the prize pool.
Yep, Kane's live streaming
Oh, well, I'm the highest placed lister.
For a borrowed car. He did it again, man. Up in a borrowed car.
Alright, so again, absolutely brilliant racing. This is why we do these events. You cannot get close to that. It's not even possible to get close to that. So brilliant racing from everyone. Well done. And I am going to do it in first order than what we normally do. I've got the reasons behind it as we did yesterday. So first of all, first position, basically, Dave.
Camera here. Camera here.
I have to say a few thanks though. Firstly, Dad, who's basically been support to get me to these events.
Good on you, Dad.
I would have been able to get here of course with Dad helping out.
What's in there?
Kane, Nick, you guys being great support, and Andy, mate, this week completely.
You drove it, mate. Well done.
Yeah, good drive.
Well done.
Shout out to the guys back home now and Haley got the stuff in racing last year, so
You're welcome, mate. Who's that bloke? Random guy. Is he a customer?
No, I don't know how to paint.
Over here. Mark.
So close.
This camera.
That's right.
Mark. Yep. Good.
Well done, Eric. Good work. Good job, Eric. You sure you want that one?
So well done again. Could have been anyone. Yeah. Very good. Good on you guys.
Alright, thanks guys, and we'll do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant marshals and everyone. Thanks again to RevoSlot supplying absolute awesome cars that give us races like this. And it is the consistency of them cars and motors. Spot on.
Thanks,
So thanks everyone. Thanks guys. We'll see you all tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, them doors on the dot, not a minute over like I did this morning. I'll keep it within. Alright, thanks again everyone, really appreciate it. There he is. Oh yeah, so all cars are on the park permit for the night again, same rules as yesterday. Yep, throw your cars up there guys, thank you all very much. Alright, I'll just head back up and start shutting down the live feed. So thank you all the guys that watched, all the comments that have come through, absolutely brilliant. And if that wasn't good racing, I'm sorry, I don't think we can do it any better than that. That was absolutely brilliant. Those guys deserve absolutely everything. They fought all the way through. So absolutely brilliant. Back here at the control centre, time for me to shut down and relax. That was awesome. Thanks guys. So absolutely brilliant. I really appreciate everyone that watched, and beautiful shout out there from Dave to Hayley. So God bless her wherever she is now, and we'll keep the racing going all over. Thanks guys, catch you next time, catch you tomorrow.